Good morning. How are you all doing? Is there people already here? Oh, there's Artwork Studios. Hey, Lamp. How are you guys? Man, you guys have already been here for a bit. Good to see you. Also, Jonas Churme. Thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Let me. Sorry, I'm kind of out of source here. I was messing with my OBS settings last night, and they're a little out of whack. Nice haircut. Oh, thanks very much, man. I actually got that haircut, let's see, Tuesday. I have a work trip this week, so I was kind of holding off on getting it until like the last second, so I could really make the haircut count. It's like a $25 haircut, but I continue to be cheap about it, you know? Old habits die hard. Let's see, not lying about the lag. Ow, it hurts. I'm hearing double. Huh. Well, let me check on my side. I did set the stream up a little differently today, so let me check my side. Hey, how are you, Butterscotch? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't hear double on my end. So if it's a problem for more people, let me know and I'll try to troubleshoot it some more, but it sounds okay to me at least. I mean, I know I'm kind of like on the same. I'm probably not the best judger of the quality because like I'm on the same network, but ooh, working on your lecture, nice. Let's see. Hey, Veds, how are you? It's been a long time, man. I hope you're doing well. It has been a minute. That is not B top. That is a that. So it's funny. This is actually an application called Bottom. Bottom. Yeah, this one. Which for the longest time I didn't realize it is kind of a play on words, right? It's a process system monitor for Windows, Mac, and Linux, so it's cross-platform. But for the longest time, I didn't realize that the reason he probably named it Bottom was because there's H-top and B-top and top and all that. So this is a pretty good little utility. I use it on all my machines. I like the fact that I can use it on any OS and it gives me what I need and looks decent. Oh, I should probably pin a message too. Good morning. It's the weekend, but I'm still writing code, drinking coffee, and talking to you all. Oh, and I need to pin that. That's not. Yeah, it really is nice. It's a really nice utility. I've enjoyed using it. I found it, man, I've been using this now for 2, 3 years at this point. Yeah, it's nice. It's one of the first things I install on any new computer. Lamp, I'm not. If you're wanting me to go all the way back to the top of my messages and look at them, I'm probably not going to do that, man. I love that you guys were already here and you guys were chatting, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna scroll all the way to the back to the top. um, when are you going to switch to Omarchi? I guess the next computer. How about that? How about the next computer that I get will install that. I don't know when that will be. I actually just spent like $1,500 on a NAS, um, which is for. I mean, I know there's probably a lot of you know. There's probably a lot of you here that know what a NAS is, but for those who don't, so it's basically a network attached storage device, basically a small computer with a bunch of hard drive bays in it. Um, and so I finally bit the bullet and bought one of those, and so that was like $1,500. So probably the next computer I get will install that on. um, Lamp, you should try listening to Tyler the Creator. See you again. Well, see you, Lamp, and I have listened to Tyler the Creator, but I prefer Chance the Rapper if I had to pick. Damn, from 3 to 29 people. Well, yeah, we got some viewers. How are you guys doing this morning? Good to have you here. If you're new, hello, my name's Steven. Nice to meet you. We're gonna hang out this this Saturday morning and write some code and talk about life and things we do and don't like about writing code, and just get our weekend started on the right foot. Well, I guess for some of you, your weekend's been started for a while, huh? Depending on where you are in the world. Time zones are hard to get used to, you know? Git pull. And there we have it. The Groovy Banana, what's up? That might be my favorite username that I've seen on my YouTube live chat so far. Got some cat videos in my Discord this morning. All right. Rare footage of Steven saying he listens to Tyler the Creator. Yeah, I don't know what's rare about that. Let's see. Steven, cool profile. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. I think a lot of people do those kinds of profile pictures now where they kind of like outline themselves. And I've seen other people do it with like the flat background. And I like the way it looks. I like the way it stands out. Okay, what's going on here with Neovin this morning? Attempt to call. This happens sometimes with my GitHub NeoVim plugin. My GitHub themes, I have no idea why. So we need to go telescope. No, not telescope. We need to quit. No, we need to lazy. Open lazy. And basically what I have to do is I have to uninstall it. And then I have to install it. And then it works again. I don't know why it does this. Okay. So now we should be able to quit. Open it back up. And it's happy again. Yay. I was working on this a little bit last night, so I think actually this is broken right now. Or at least there's some code in here that doesn't really work somewhere. Yeah, over here. There's some code over here that doesn't. Oh, because this is duplicated of this. I don't think do I need to use this? I don't think I do. Basically, I started working on some functionality where basically I added this idea of an interviewer to this app, where basically this is the interviewer is like the agent who's basically gonna ask the user about what they want to write about until they have a good idea what the user wants to write about. I don't know if that's useful, but I added it thinking it was useful yesterday. So let's try to make sense of this. Let's try to make sense of yesterday's Steven's idea. Oh, also I did rework the result pattern that we implemented yesterday. So what I ended up doing was I ended up making the result class abstract and just giving it the 2 properties that every result should have. Excuse me. And then I actually implemented separate classes for failure, and then I implemented a separate class for success. I think this is way simpler than what I was doing yesterday, way more succinct. So that's what we're gonna stick with that approach. But now, what's really cool about having that class in here is now in my workflow builder, I can do stuff like this. When I add a conditional edge, I can say editor can go to writer, but only when the data is a failure. So when I got this line of code written yesterday, I was like, fuck yeah, I like that. It's funny how Lamp's message has been. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. That is hilarious. Let me unpin that message. That was not the point. I meant to pin this one. There we go. There we go. It's 4 a.m. Give me a break. I have the urge to ask you to render a video for me, but it's so damn laggy and big and gotta optimize, I guess. Yeah. I don't know why you would need to render why don't you use just like something like DaVinci Resolve or like existing software out there that does that for you? Yeah, I hear NAN is NAN is what all the kids are using these days to do automation stuff. I have yet to use it myself, but I've seen a couple videos and it looks pretty great. Hey Vicky, thanks for the subscription. I appreciate you. Lamp, just thank you guys for the subscription. Thanks, Josh. I missed the person before Josh, but thank you very much for the subscription. Now a small animation plays of a light bulb turning on. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. But yeah, that's cool. Arwashia's Blender. Okay, now I understand why you're wanting to. I was like, why are you trying to render something yourself? But okay, now I understand. What are you making in Blender? What's going on in Blender? Something for a website? The Groovy Banana. Do you stream only on YouTube? Yeah, right now. For now, yeah. I used to stream, so I started streaming like December of 2024. I did, if you guys are familiar with the Advent of Code, I did the Advent of Code. So I did the Advent of Code in 2023 for the first time, and that was a lot of fun. And so for yeah, so I did 2023 was the first time I'd ever done Advent of Code. So then in 2024, when I decided to do it, I streamed it. So every day I did the puzzle, I streamed it. I streamed it on Twitch because I thought, well, that's where you're supposed to stream. However, every stream I was kind of like by myself. There was no one in chat. So in January, I started streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And then Twitch was still always dead. There was just like no discoverability there. So I stopped streaming on Twitch and started streaming vertically to YouTube and TikTok. And TikTok was much the same as Twitch. There was, for whatever reason, the stream was just not being engaged with. And so I was like, well, I'm just wasting bandwidth and compute streaming to two different places. So then I was like, well, I'll just consolidate and stream to YouTube for now. And that's been my approach for the last 9-ish months, 8-ish months. So yes, that is my journey to stream on YouTube. All right, so I was trying to figure this out yesterday. So this right here is how you basically. So the way this works. So for those of you that might not have been here the last few days, I'm trying to build something with this new agent framework for Microsoft. I've been very impressed with this agent framework. If you're not if you're not already, I mean, I don't want to assume that anybody here doesn't know what the hell is going on in the world. So I'm not trying to be pedantic or like talk down to you or anything, just to give context. So Microsoft in the AI world, particularly in C#, but also in the Python ecosystem, has had two major libraries, and that is Autogen and Semantic Kernel. So these were kind of Autogen was purely Python, Semantic Kernel was .NET and Python. And last week they released this new framework, which is essentially they're like trying to consolidate their knowledge and their learnings about building agents and building AI powered things into this library. And when I saw it come out, I was like, sweet, something to build agents with in C#. Because there's not a lot of that, right? Like C# doesn't really have a LangChain. I think there might be an implementation of it in .NET, but it's not, it's not like using it in Python or TypeScript. So that's what we're trying to use to build with. And what we're trying to build is basically a small agent that will help me, sorry, I shouldn't say with us, but help me create content for my blog. So one of the things I love to do is I love to write. I like to post content here, but I also find one of the hardest things to do is to go from like idea to like a fully flushed out rough draft, right? And so my idea is, well, can I basically hire somebody? And in this case, when I say hire, I mean, can I create like a little AI intern that I can give ideas to, and it will help me take, maybe a 3 or 4 paragraph or 4 sentence idea and turn it into maybe 4 or 5 paragraphs that hopefully sound similar to my style and tone that I can then whittle down into something I would feel good about posting. That's not just AI slot. The goal here is not to build an AI slot machine. The goal here is to actually build something that's useful, something that helps me and saves me time. So that's the context for the stream, if that helps. I'll donate €1 if I can. What? Lamp, you do not have to donate any money. I have a 40-hour week job. That's how I take care of my family, keep the lights on, keep food in our fridge. Money is hard to come by. We all work very hard for it. So there's never a reason that you need to go and give me your money. Obviously, if you really, really want to, I'm not gonna not take it, but you do not need to. There's probably something else in your life you could spend your €1 on that would bring you some joy. YouTube's pretty great at discoverability from shorts. Yeah, and that's actually why. So a lot of people have asked me, like, well, you code, why don't you do a horizontal stream? Like, that makes way more sense. Um, and you're probably right. It does. Like, and I will admit, working on a small screen, like a small vertical section of my monitor, is not the most ideal way to build stuff. But it's purely aimed at the discoverability factor. Like, hey, thanks, nothing to see here. Thanks for the subscription. It's purely discoverability factors that I'd like to be able to at least expose my stream to people who might be interested in it, you know? And so the YouTube Shorts algorithm is currently what YouTube is pushing. Like, it's very, like, if you look on my, what's crazy, if you look on my channel, like, I've made 3 videos, and I'm about ready to post a 4th one today about building AI agents. And granted, I know they're not like the greatest videos, right? Like, I understand they're not super high quality, right? But in total, they've gotten 48, 45, and 21 views. And I spent 20 minutes filming this one, 40 minutes filming this one, 20 minutes filming, or 20 minutes here, 20 minutes here, 40 minutes here. And together they have less than like 100 views almost. But I can post 6 shorts that get 800, 600. Like, it just, so from like a content perspective, it just, YouTube is clearly saying what we want from you is we want short form vertical content and we want live streams. That's clearly what the algorithm is saying. And so that I'm just kind of leaning into that. Hey, what's up, Gun? How are you? Good to see you, man. Damn, Steven, a lot of people on your stream. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you'll hit the wave, I guess, in the algorithm, and it'll pick it up. But it's good to have people here that I recognize and know, some return viewers. But AI slot machine easy to make. Good AI hard. Good AI is hard. We talked about this. We talked about this. I've been involved heavily in kind of an AI project at work, and we talked about this quite a bit. How, you know, I think a lot of what people are doing right now in the AI world is they're building projects that basically do this. Basically projects that go from A to B, right? So they have like an idea and then they have initial implementation. And going from A to B, like having a minimal viable product for an AI powered XYZ is not hugely difficult, right? You're, at the end of the day, you're kind of just like making a prompt, sending an API request, handling that response, showing it to the user. Now going to something like C, which we drew this diagram a couple streams ago, but going to C is difficult, right? Going to C means you built something that's reliable, dependable, you can count on it. It works really well. It doesn't break every 5th time you go to try to use it. It doesn't give you strange or weird responses. It's not inaccurate. Like that, like building something like that takes a lot of effort. So I completely agree with that sentiment that like building some sort of AI slop is relatively effortless now, especially with all these libraries that make it pretty easy to construct agents or build chatbots. I mean, you have like done for you UIs now for chat. But going to something that's very, very good with a very high quality, because a lot of the work from B to C here, this is a lot of evaluation. This is like a lot of statistics, a lot of trial and error, a lot of experimentation with your prompts, with your tools. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So that's what I have to say about that. Nothing to see. Just discovered you off short, so it's working. Well, wonderful. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you staying and not scrolling. You know, so glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy. Most of the content I make is kind of centered around programming and coding at the moment. There's sometimes an odd family or kid video that I should throw in on the YouTube channel just because it's my channel and I do want it to reflect kind of what all I have going on in my life. But For the most part, right now it's mainly programming and coding. But I am a 32-year-old dad, so that part of me does bleed out in my content at times. It's funny that YouTube pushed shorts so much now when they originally wanted YouTube to be mostly long-form content. Well, they have to. I mean, look at TikTok, right? TikTok's going to eat their lunch if they don't figure it out. So, for better or worse, competition's kind of forcing them, is driving them that way, right? MD, every time I open YouTube, the first video is yours. Nice. They don't want to cede ground to competitors in Gen Z. Of course. Well, yeah, they don't. For sure, they don't. Yeah. And you know what? That's what businesses do, right? Businesses compete. They have a product and they respond to the market and they evolve their product. And it's just like all of us, right? As like people who write code and engineers and developers. Right now, whether you like it or not, the market's saying you got to use AI. All these large companies, all these business leaders, they're pushing down heavily. Your engineers, your teams must use AI to increase productivity. And regardless of what our thoughts are on that, right? We're sort of at the whims of the market. And so at some point that wind will turn, and at some point the wind on short form vertical content will eventually turn, I think. So it takes time, it takes time. And you just got to kind of ride it out. Ride it out and invest in the S&P 500. Continue to put money into your 401k or whatever brokerage or investment account you have and just ride it out. Hey, Tom Collins, how are you? That is the most normal. Your username is the first username that I've seen that sounds as normal as mine. My friends always give me shit when we play video games because my gamer tag is just literally, it's just like all my social profiles. It's just Steven Freeborn, and theirs are all either embarrassing names or crude names or things they came up with when they were 13. And I guess I'm just not creative enough. Hey, what's up, Lamp? Thanks for the that's $2 euros. I appreciate you. And also Lamp or Groovy Banana, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. It's very kind. There's absolutely no expectation that you guys need to do that. Either need to super chat or need to become a member. But if you want to, I'm very appreciative of it. The Groovy Banana, one of the things I set up was a members only channel in our Discord. So if you're in our Discord, which for anybody who wants to join our Discord, again, no pressure. If you connect, the way it works basically is if you connect your YouTube to your Discord, you'll automatically get access to the channel. If you don't want to do that, just send me a message. Join the Discord and just send me a message, and I'll put you in that channel. But that's one of the perks. The other perks of being a member is there's like 4 custom emojis. My favorite which is Emotional Jared from Silicon Valley. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that show, but I love that show so much. And so there's Emotional Jared. There's a fire emoji for This Is Fine. We have a mic drop emoji, and then we have a what I call this one, a smart emoji. Like, yeah, I'm smart. All right, cool. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. All right, so the idea behind this interviewer that I introduced is I want to try to have like a loop when I first start up this application. I want to sort of have a loop where the first thing the application does is it kind of acts like a ghostwriter would, where it like has a conversation until it kind of understands what it needs, what you're wanting to write about, like basically flush out the idea. And then once the interviewer feels like they have a good grasp on like my idea and how I feel about that or my opinions, then I want it to basically summarize that or like create a better, like basically have the interviewer create a better prompt than I could give it myself. And then I want the interviewer to pass that all to the researcher. And the researcher will basically go and try to find things to support or add to it through some sort of like web search tool, which I have yet to implement. And I have a couple ideas about how to do that. But I want to see if I can get this interview loop working. So let me just run this really quick so I can see it all working. I think this builds. Famous last words. Also, for those new here, I do like C#, and I too very much enjoy .NET. And I know that is not a very common or popular opinion amongst the crowds these days. But if I could convince any of you who love TypeScript to try C#, I would. Let's see, .NET run. We want this one. So the researcher gives it to the writer gives it to the editor, and then finally, I think the last message comes from my critic. So this is and also just conceptually, so you guys can see what this is supposed to be, the workflow that I have in mind. I did draw a mermaid diagram, which is actually now out of date, but this is conceptually the idea. Hey Austin, thanks for the subscription, man. I appreciate you. Thanks to Lugu. I think I said that right. I apologize if I said it wrong. Thanks Linux, I appreciate you. Good to have you here. Guido, I appreciate you, Guido. Thanks for subscribing. Whenever I see Guido, I think of Python. And do you think about 10% being because of AI? 10% of what, Suha? Sorry, 10% of what? Well, I love people adding ads to their sites. Where are the ads at? Or do I have ads on the stream? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm pretty sure that the ad is monetized on YouTube. I think I have that set on for all my videos at the moment. Lamp, I'm so kind for donating. You are very kind. I appreciate that. MD, are my chats visible? They are visible, MD. If I missed them, I apologize, because I'm over here running my mouth about my code and what I'm building and everything, and then I'm also trying to keep up with you guys. So if I miss something, please don't be offended by it. I'll do my best to catch up. Oh, I missed Nothing to Seize chat. What's the appeal of Edge to you? Or are you indifferent? So actually, here's the appeal of Edge. So I started using Edge primarily because at work, there's only a couple of us that do manual testing of our software, and our software is a web app. So we kind of decided like it would be good if we were all using different browsers during our testing, right? And so like everybody kind of picked which one they wanted to use, and the one that was left over was Edge. And that's how I ended up here in Edge, really. But the thing that kept me on Edge and has kept me on Edge is the fact that they have support for vertical tabs out of the box. I know I could do this on Chrome too through like extensions and stuff, but this is like a one-click change in Edge that I really enjoy. So I've just kind of stayed here. Now, the one thing I do knock Edge. So if anybody that knows anybody that works on Microsoft Edge, this is one of the things that I think is it's kind of dumb. So when you fire up Edge, the settings default you to Bing search. And if you want to change it, look how many clicks you have to go through to change it. Hold on. Okay, so the first click, right? That's 1. There's 2. 3. 4, or was that 5? Maybe 5. We'll say 4. 5, 6. Now we can change it. Like, come on. It doesn't need to be buried 6, 7 clicks down. They did that 100% on purpose because they want you to stay on Bing and they don't want people to think about changing it to Google. But that, I mean, I think that's just disingenuous. Whoever the product lead is for Edge, They should fix that. Like, in fact, if you were Edge, just be a grown up and admit that Google is what your customers prefer, and set the default to Edge. I mean, you can prompt people to switch it to Bing if you want. I mean, it's your product. Prompt them to switch it to Bing, but like default it to Google. That's definitely. There's a lot of things I like about Microsoft, but that's one thing that I've noticed. I'm like, it's a little, it's not so cool. Do you use Blender much? I do not use Blender. Suhas, S&P 500, 10% of being because of AI. Well, I think it's more like 40% of the value of the S&P 500 now is in the Mag 7, I think. Let's see. Mag 7 S&P weighting. Yeah, weighting. Let's see. So this is August 2024. This is obviously an AI summary, but they say that it currently represents 34% of the S&P 500's total. So yeah, right now it's heavily concentrated. But the thing is, and I know a lot of people might be saying, hey, like, yeah, you need to move your investments out of it. But the thing with the S&P 500 is, if you're not a professional stock picker, you probably shouldn't be picking individual stocks. You should probably be doing index investing. Granted, this is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I do not play one on TV or the internet. But like in my own personal life, I love following the markets and being involved, but I'm not involved enough, nor do I have enough time to build my own fund and actively manage it. So 9 times out of 10, an index fund's the best approach for me. Now, and the research is very clear that most actively managed funds do not outpace the market over like a 30-40 year horizon, which is the type of horizon that I'm investing for. I'm investing for like when I'm 55 and want to retire. The thing with that, the thing about this is that the S&P 500 is self-cleansing, meaning as companies fall and companies rise, they move in and out of the S&P 500. So while the value is concentrated in a few companies, in 10 or 20 years, the companies that make up the S&P 500 will be different and they will be weighted differently. But you don't have to keep your pulse on the market for that to happen. It just happens by tracking the index. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's a kind of a crazy metric, though. Yeah, kind of a crazy metric. I saw somebody ask, the name Casper. Yeah, I don't know if that's clever, because somebody else told me that apparently there's another AI writing tool out there that's called Casper, or was called Casper or something. So it doesn't seem like it's a really unique, original idea now. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. All right, here we go. Back to the codes. All right, so we're gonna try to get our loop going here. So how do we loop? So I think they have an example of this in their docs, actually. Oh man, Lamp, you're bored here? I'm sorry, man. Also rate my Discord profile. I don't know. Why do you end every sentence with I don't know? But no, I'm not going to do that. I am definitely not a dancing monkey. So if you tell me to do something, is good chance I'll probably be like, get fucked. I have no intention on being on stream and doing what other people want me to do purely for your entertainment. So if that's the kind of streamer you're looking for, I'm not the guy. I'm not the one. But I am sorry you're bored. Maybe you could go write some code, All right, here's the example of the human in the loop that they do. This is what I was looking at yesterday when I was building this. So question is, how do they get workflow helper, get workflow async? How do they get the executor? The executor in this framework is basically like your agents. It's the nodes in your graph that actually do things. So how do they... Where are their agents at here? Concurrent start executor. Send, okay, broadcast the message to all connected agents. Receiving agents will queue the message but will not start processing until they receive a turn token. Add the yield. I think it must be because I'm in the wrong place. This is not the same. This is not the same sample. Yeah, there we go. Here's our workflow helper. So what do they do here? So we have our judge executor that basically looks to see if the message is an int. Then it handles it, and so it says if the message equals this target number, it yields an output. If message is less than target number, they send a signal. Okay. Number request port. Oh, okay, this is the part that I'm missing. A request port. Create the executors. Number request port. Request port dot create. Number signal init guess number. And so your what is a request? This is a whole new concept. I don't even know what this is. Request port. Hold on. What if he gives you $100? Yeah, no. I mean, that's the thing. Is like I don't do YouTube, at least at the moment. I don't do YouTube to make money. I do it because I enjoy it, and I do it because of the way it makes me feel. When I make content, I feel more energized, right? It's like working out. Like creating content is like working out for me in a lot of ways. I feel better when I do it. At this point, I've yet to receive a payment from YouTube at any point in the 10-year history of my channel. So yeah, money is not the objective, so therefore I'm not, I'm not a dancing monkey. I guess that could change at some point, but currently, to us, everything has a price. Well, that's true, but the amount of money someone would have to give me to just do everything they say on stream is more than any of y'all have. Or I should say, I would guess it's more than any of y'all have, because you never know. I mean, I think there's probably lots of people we walk by on the street every day who are probably like everyday millionaires, and we just don't know it. But yeah, it would have to be more than $100 for me to give up control over what I do on stream. Boeke? Sorry if I screwed up your name, but thank you for the subscription. I do apologize. If I screw up pronouncing your name, I'm very sorry. Suhas, 3 mil. Oh, 3 mil? Okay, 3 mil? That's life-changing money. That's quit your job, do what you want for the rest of your life money. 3 mil? 3 mil invested at, let's say, 4%, right? The average market return is like 8% over the 40, 50 years. 3 mil is 0.04. What is that? That's $120,000 a year just in interest alone. You never have to touch the principal, and you could live on $120,000. That's, I mean, even if you did even if you were more conservative, what if you did 2%, right? Because the whole idea here is you have to obviously you're trying not to dip into the principal in any given year, right? You just want the money to continue to compound and grow. But let's say you return 3%. That's 90 grand. Yeah, for $3 million. I mean, shit, your life would be forever changed. Forever. 1.5 if my brother gets half. You would give half to your brother? That's very kind of you, Suas. I don't know if I'd give half to my brother. I might give a little bit to my nephew. I like my nephew, but I mean, my brother's my brother. Actually, today is my nephew's birthday. Actually, I'll have to remember to give him a call. They don't live here where I live, but I think today he turns 2 years old. 2 years old. Isn't that crazy? I always wonder what I was like when I was 2. You know, you hear from your parents what you were like, but you never actually get to experience it for yourself, you know? Rohith, why so early again? Let's see. I think I put this in Discord. So basically what it came down to was historically on my channel, I had been streaming for like an hour in the morning, like as an office hour stream. So I'd like work and just chat for like an hour. And then in the afternoon over lunchtime, I would take a break from work and I'd just stream on YouTube, or I'd work on code on YouTube. The problem with that is that just as I was getting going, like on something, I'd have to stop, right? It's only 60 minutes, right? So by the time you like get set up, you start talking to people, you write some code, right? You might write like 10 lines of code and talk to a bunch of people, but then you got to stop and go back to work. So I was like, well, how can I fit in longer, more consistent streams, right? But when I look at my schedule, there's not really a good time because I typically work like an 8 to 5 schedule most of the time. From 5 to 8ish, my kids' bedtime's around 8 o'clock in the evening. From 5 to 8, that's like family time. You know, that's why I try to, during the week, I try to make myself completely available to the kids and whatever they have going on. You know, they're getting older every year, and so I want to make the most of the time that I have with them. And then after 8 o'clock, you know, that's kind of like me and my wife's time. It doesn't necessarily mean we always like have something that we're doing together, but I at least want to be available and I want to be around. I don't want to be in the basement away from her for multiple hours. And so maybe if I could set her up with like a reading nook over here in the corner, and she could hang out in the room with me while I stream, maybe that would be better. But so then it was like, so when do I do it, right? And so then I was like, well, I can get my ass up at 4 a.m. and then that gives me 3 hours because my kids don't usually get up till about 7 o'clock on school days. And so that's why. That's right, why, Rohith. I know it's not a very interesting answer. It's a priorities thing. And I know that having a set of hours kind of pigeonholes me into a group of people because I know you guys all have lives and have schedules. But the live stream will be on the channel every day. And maybe as my channel grows and I have more flexibility about when and how I do things, you know, if the channel really does become a source of income at some point, then maybe I can warrant streaming at other times. Or just on random days, maybe I have time and want to stream at other times during the day. But that's why, Rohith. Long story short. Or no, short story long in that case. Guys, how do I make a YouTube subscription detection for my Discord server? I just connect. Discord just provides that out of the box. But if you wanted it to be custom, well, then you'd have to wire something up between the Discord API and the YouTube API. But I'm guessing it's possible. If Discord can build it, it means it's feasible. Suhas money, but the house is 2M. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't spend $2 million on a home if it was me. If it was me, I wouldn't do that, but everyone's entitled to spend money how they want. Okay, so where does request port come from? This is the first time I'm seeing this. Request port. Here's the class. So what does this do? So the request port takes an ID, a request type, and a response type. An external request port for a workflow with the specified requests and response types. Creates a new configured for the specific the type of the request message that the import will accept, the type of the response message that the input port will produce, the unique identifier for the input port, associated. So I guess this is just a way to pass messages in and out of the workflow, I guess. I guess we'll only know if we try, so... Yeah. I wish they had a better example kind of explaining this. So I think I need something like that. So I guess in my case, I want a request type of chat message and a response type of chat message. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Okay, so I think I still need the interviewer, but I think so I think what I'm gonna do here is I think I'm gonna call my request port user. So var user equals request port dot create, and we'll just call him user for now. What does this take? This takes, oh, I can give it types here. So it'll take in a chat message and it will respond with the chat message. Yeah. And then instead of starting at the researcher, I need to start with the user. And my first edge needs to actually be user to interviewer. And then I guess I'd need like a conditional edge that's like interviewer to user. But I think I need like a conditional way, because there's at some point I don't want the interviewer to go back to the user. I only want that to happen. So var, yeah, okay. Hey, how are you, Arvin? Good to see you, man. What if you had like 2 million? Same thing. I mean, what is that? 2 million at 3.5%? That's like $50,000, $60,000 a year. I would do the same thing. If I got a big chunk of money, I would stick it in VTSAX. Again, this is not investment advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But if I got a big chunk of money, I would probably dollar cost average that big chunk of money into VTSAX over the course of maybe a year. I would probably keep working for a little bit, maybe work for another year or two to build up kind of like a pool of cash to sort of float me for when markets are bad. Uh, and then I'd have fuck you money. So that's where I'm trying to get to. I don't know about you guys, but I'm trying to get to this fuck you money status, which is not, it's not a ton of money. I mean, it's not $1 billion, it's not $100 million, but it is like $1 million or $2. But I don't know. You guys might not be familiar with the concept of fuck you money, but there's this scene that I always think of from The Gambler, which I don't know if I'll get copyrighted for this, so I'll just share the clip with y'all. But this clip kind of lives in my head rent free, and it's so good. And basically the sentiment is you want to build a life where, fuck you money is basically building a life where people don't have leverage over you, or less leverage over you, Sorry, was AFK. Yeah, no worries, Lamp. You gotta live your life, man. Do your thing. Steven, I want to share my project with you, but I'm scared to because my Facebook account uses my full name, but I don't know where else supports 360. Oh, well, no worries, man. I mean, you should just share your stuff with who you're comfortable sharing it with, It sounds like a cool project. Stephen, do you consider Scrum methodology to be a method of micromanagement? Well, if I was asked to explain Scrum, I think I would kind of sound like an idiot trying to explain it. So I'm going to ask Google to explain it to me because I've never actually worked in a professional Scrum environment. We still use a very old school way of building software. Where I work, we still use kind of a waterfall style approach to building software. I'm aware of that word, but I couldn't explain the methodology really well, so I'll look it up. An agile framework for managing complex projects by creating work into short iterative cycles called sprints, typically lasting 1 to 4 weeks. Yeah, okay, so I'm familiar with this concept. I don't think it's a form of micromanagement. I honestly think it's probably an execution, or probably conceptually, it's probably a pretty good methodology. It's probably just depends on who's executing it. And I'm guessing if you have a bad manager or bad scrum master, I guess is what they call that person, it could probably feel like micromanagement to some degree, I personally am a big fan of what 37 Signals practices. That's did the company that DHH and Jason Fried run, and they have a methodology called Lean. I think is the name of their methodology. No, not Lean. What is it? It's some work methodology. I forget the name of it. They have a framework. They wrote a book about it. Shape Up. That's it. Shape Up. Shape Up. But there's a couple things that I really like about their approach. The Shape Up approach is, one, they work in 6-week cycles. I think 6-week cycles make a lot more sense than shorter cycles. I think we vastly underestimate what we can accomplish in any period of time, or vastly overestimate what we can accomplish in any period of time. So I think having a little bit longer cycle is important. They also talk about how they think of timelines in terms of budgeting, right? So instead of thinking about can we build a feature in this amount of time, right? So sort of trying to go backwards, where they're trying to basically they know what they want to build and they're trying to shove it into some amount of time. They look at timelines as more as budgets, where they think, okay, we want to build this feature but we're only gonna spend this many weeks on it, and whatever we get done is what we get done, right? And we'll make a decision at the end of those 6 weeks if it's something we want to pursue further, or if it's something that's ready to be released. So I like conceptualizing timelines like that, because time is a limited resource. It's like money, and with enough time, anything is possible. So it really comes down to how much time do you want to spend on any one thing, right? And granted, you have to calibrate. There's going to be times where people are not working at the pace that you expect, right? There's definitely you have standards for what you think should be able to be accomplished in any given amount of time. But I think conceptually, budgets are a better conceptual way to plan and orchestrate work than trying to say, this is the feature we're going to build and this is the timeline we're going to build it in. I think it's much better to say, we're going to give it 6 weeks. What can we do in those 6 weeks? How can we realize this thing in these 6 weeks? They also talk a lot about communication, like how they communicate as part of this process. So, you know how like a lot of companies will do stand-ups, where like people every day have to get on. Like I do one 3 times a week, and I hate them. I hate stand-ups. I think they're dumb. Maybe in some work environments that makes sense. Like if you're a part of a team that's moving really, really fast and are really interdependent, maybe that makes sense to have a daily meeting like that. But they talk about the way they do it is they have, at the beginning of the week, you have to write, these are automated check-ins. At the beginning of the week, you have to write what you plan to work on. So you basically have to put down on paper what your plan is for your week. I like this approach because, one, it makes it concrete, right? Something tangible everybody can refer to. We don't have to remember what you said. We can just read it. Second of all, it's great for the individual because it forces you as the individual, the worker, the IC, to actually conceptualize like what your plan is for your week, right? You have to actually think through that. So what is the most important thing right now, right? And if you don't know the answer to that question, it drives you to go find the answer, right? So it's a great forcing function. Then the second thing they do is at the end of the day, at the end of each work day, you have to then do a brief check-in about what you accomplished that day. Thanks for the subscription, Natan. I appreciate that. And so those two things plus the budgeting for timelines, I love those. I think conceptually that makes way more sense instead of trying to force features into bad timelines, illy and poorly planned timelines, and then also forcing people every day to get on a call and say what they did, and none of us are listening and none of us really care because all we're thinking about is getting off this call and doing the next thing. So yeah, I think I would be much more a fan of implementing ShapeUp than I would Scrum myself if it was my company. Lamp, I can see your messages, man. Just I'm trying to keep up with everybody, and then when somebody asks a question that gets me talking, I kind of fall behind. So I apologize. Scrum, Agile, Waterfall, military style, technical leader, total authority and responsibility. Yeah, I don't know. Waterfalls. I don't love Waterfall. But I've never professionally worked in an Agile or a Scrum environment, so I can't totally speak to those experiences really well. Arvin, my problem with Scrum is not 2 weeks windows, it's all those meetups with Scrum. I think they use Face Honor or Public Persona to enter shame you to be significantly more productive. That's what they're trying to do. I don't think it's working, though. To have something to say in whatever meeting they have as part of their methodology. Yeah, I agree. The meetings are just, I just think stand-up meetings or really frequent meetings, I think they're a really lazy way for management to say they're managing people. I think it's like, oh, well, we meet every morning. And so it's like, oh, I'm managing the team. Yeah, I think it's a really lazy excuse for actually managing a team, actually driving work and driving projects. Yeah. I just wish I can collab with someone, to be honest. So far, I'm fully solo. It's rewarding in some senses, but yeah, I get that, man. Sometimes it is nice to have someone to work with. Maybe you can put the feelers out on the different social channels or in our Discord. Maybe, you know, that might be a great place. Hey, Steven, do you think AI is a bubble? If yes, why? So, if yes, why? If no, why not? AI is definitely in a bubble, Suas. For sure, it's in a bubble. um, well, I mean, for one, you can look at the S&P 500 and see that 34% of its value is concentrated in 7 companies. Largely, those companies are concentrated around some layer of the stack in AI, whether it be chips, whether it be GPUs, whether it be data centers, whether it be training and providing models, hosting and providing compute for models. It's, you know, what's the other thing? The other thing that points to a bubble is the fact the Wall Street Journal actually posted this yesterday. Wall Street Journal AI diagram. They actually posted this yesterday, basically showing. Let's see if I can find it. Wall Street Journal AI deal diagram. I can't remember where I saw this. Oh shoot, I don't have my subscription on. Basically, basically the Wall Street Journal made a diagram that shows like the circular deal flow right now that's going on between like OpenAI, AMD, Nvidia, and how like companies like one company owns another, which owns another, which owns a stake in the original company, and there's this kind of circular flow of capital. So I think that, and then of course just none of the cost of the AI products right now truly represent what it costs to run a lot of those products. So at some point, there's going to have to be kind of a pricing reconciliation. Um, yeah, lots of thoughts there, but yeah, I would say AI is either in a bubble or definitely headed for what. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here. 1 week time assignment is fair. Usually but I can try many languages. Oh, guys are talking to each other. Sorry. Yeah, OpenAI, Nvidia, Oracle, OpenAI. Exactly. Yeah, that circular. In somebody. So I wasn't alive during the .NET, or I wasn't alive. I was like when the .NET bubble. So in '99, when the internet bubble started to form, I was 6, and when it popped in '01 or '02, I was 8, 9. So I don't really know what the market or what the business environment looked like. It wasn't there for it. I can just take other people's advice, but I continue to hear people say that that type of circular deal flow was something that was happening during the .com boom and during the .com bubble. So yeah, I mean, I'm all for riding the wave. I'm gonna keep investing. I'm gonna keep riding the wave up, but I'm fully prepared for at some point for the value of my investments to be cut by 30, 40, 50%, and that's the market cycles. We appreciate the gain, and then we have to suffer for it by paying the price in some pain. The way of the world. um, what are you gonna do? What? So the first thing I need to send. I guess the part I don't understand is how to get this loop started. That's the part I don't really understand. So we run it, and then we handle Re request info event. So I wonder if this immediately emits this event. So let's just try to run the workflow and see what happens. I have everything wired up. So let's say .NET run the project. And so I'm hoping it asks me, let's see, unknown request data type. So who threw that? That would be the ask user question. So yeah, so the first thing we did was we tried to ask the user for a question. So this was the first event that was emitted. Then we called in here. If request.data is not string, we should check and see if it's a chat message. I'll probably change these types too, but right now I'm trying to use the types that are already available to make this a little bit easier. So console.writeLine Casper question. Oh, so the first thing I guess I should put in here should be, maybe I should say, what would you like to write about? I guess should be the first thing I put in here, and then I should also probably put .system, no, .assistant, I think is what I want for. Also, let me put these on new lines. It's weird. I always end up formatting my code back and forth between long lines and short lines. When I stream, I'm always trying to put everything on new lines because it's easier for all of us to like look at and read. But then I get off stream and I'm working on it off the stream and I'm like, why are these lines so short? Let me fix that. So I spend a lot of time removing new lines and adding new lines from code. AI with Shiras. What is your expertise? Hello, AI. I think professionally, my expertise would be automated and manual testing for web applications, particularly. I would probably say I build automated. Well, you can read my LinkedIn headline. If you go to my LinkedIn headline, my expertise is right there in my LinkedIn headline. Basically, I build automated testing solutions using Playwright and .NET or TypeScript, so that teams can ship faster and with more confidence. That's basically my expertise. I would say professionally at the moment, it's what I'm employed to do and paid to do. But in terms of like other things I feel confident in, I feel very confident in web development. You know, I can build websites. I feel confident building CLI tools. I feel confident building REST APIs, that sort of thing. So professionally, I work as a quality engineer, but I think at some point in time, if I wanted to, I could go and be a developer. You know, I interact with developers at my job, and I feel like relatively I can hold my own. I don't know if I'll do that. I'm very happy with where I work and the company and the work I do, so we'll see if that ever changes. Hello, I'm Zen AI. Ask me any questions, I will answer them with knowledge. Okay, Lamp, are we turning into a little bit of a troll here? Butterscotch, bro is good at using Vim and not using Vim. Yeah, that is my expertise. Okay, just Butterscotch. I'm a white belt. I'm a Vimfoo white belt. Okay, like I'm not a master yet. See you, Artwork Studios. Sleep well, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Alright, let's see what happens now if we run this. Perfect. Okay, so what if I say I want to write about why there is currently an AI bubble. Message type string does not match expected response type of AI chat message of input port user. So that means when I handle, so ask user question, I actually need to convert this into a chat message. So we will get our answer, and then when we return our response, what we need to do is we need to say, yep, we need to do that, what Copilot said. Also, Copilot, stop trying to do things for me, okay? I want to be a competent programmer. Also, I didn't need the shebang in there. Can I just new this up? Can it infer the type? Yeah. Oh, it can't infer the type? Can I give it a generic? Yeah, nice. I like that. Like that, I like that. Now let's see if we can have a little bit of a loop here. I want to write about why C# is the best programming language. Better than Python. Maybe even Rust. Okay, interviewer received message. I want to write about why C# is the best programming language, better than Python, maybe even Rust. So, okay, so the interviewer basically handled that. Okay, so the question is, why did the interviewer not pass this to the researcher? And I think that's because now we need some sort of conditional for the interviewer that basically says, yeah, this is where chat message is not going to be a strong enough type. That this is going to be a problem. So we're going to have to narrow our types. Yeah. And honestly, this needs to be a conversation, right? So this actually needs to be an array of chat messages. I think, honestly, because I think we need to pass these back and forth. So how would I do that? How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. Okay, so interviewer needs to handle a chat message. I'll just do I'll just say it needs to handle a list of chat messages. And it's gonna return, what's it gonna return? The chat the message, this message handler actually needs to return, it needs to return some sort of result that's typed. So we need to have two results. In the case of success, that means we have all the information we need and we can now pass what it is we want to write about to our research agent. In the case of failure, meaning the interviewer still doesn't have a clear picture of what a user wants to do or write about, we actually need to then emit a failure message that has the existing conversation and basically prompts them with a follow-up question, essentially. That's what it needs to do. So this is going to be like, well, let's just stick with like the naming we have. So let's just say interviewer result, I think is what we'll do. Or maybe a result of type something. What do we want to call this? I guess we could call this I'm just gonna call it interviewer response, I guess, for lack of a better term. what's up, Stefan? Stefan's a member, as you guys can see from Stefan. Good to have you here. Appreciate you being a member, man. I'm trying to give a shout out whenever I see a member in the chat because I do appreciate it. We are having a nice day. I'm having a pretty good day. I hope everybody else is too. Steven, get yourself a CVLT community. We should plan to take the world or something. I don't want to take over the world. I just want to have FU money. You know, I don't. I want to be just responsible for myself and no one else. What? So I think I want. What do I want? I'm trying to think of how I want to model this. Well, there's a success and a fail. So if it fails, we're going to have an error. And if it succeeds, we're going to have some data. So I think I'll do topic summary like that. And when it fails, I think what I'll have is I'll have an internal. Can a record can't inherit from a class, can it? Follow up. Which inherits from exception. I don't think I can do that, can I? Or maybe I can. Let's see. Records may only inherit from object or another record. There we go. So this has to be a class. So I guess what I'm thinking is I'll have some sort of code in here. So this will be result.topic summary. Oh no. Too many angle brackets there. Type names. Oh yeah, I am missing that. Using Casper.console.common. The non-generic result cannot be used with the type argument. Oh crap. Yeah, you're right. You can't use that with the result argument. Oh, that's fine though. So I can just cast it though, then have them check. So I can do just a result. This just returns a result. I don't have to type it. And then I'll say this returns a result. And then this takes a list of messages, a list of chat messages, and a result. Sorry, hold on guys, I'm gonna get back. I'll get back to the chat in just a sec. 1 second. I just want to follow this through, this chain of thought through. The non-generic type cannot be used with type arguments. Okay, so what if I just return result dot okay for the moment? Why is this still complaining? I should be able to type this. Oh, that's because I don't need two return types, I just need the result. There we go. So then what we can do is we should be able to say we don't need this anymore. Okay, I'm coming back. Sorry guys, I lost you for a second. I'm sorry. C still exists. Yeah, C does still exist, but he's not goated. C# is goated. C# is closer to Java. C# is called Microsoft Java for a reason. Well, I have never written any Java, so I don't have like negative feelings about Java myself. But that connotes that Java is bad. You can try using same design pattern. Is any of it applies to your case? I think I missed your... I think I missed what that was in regards to. Hey, Steven, can I use fuck? Yeah, sure, man. I mean, I use fuck, so I would kind of be... it would kind of be disingenuous of me to not let people do that. Although YouTube might not let you. I don't know if YouTube has filtering or something that prevents that. Is it only me, or do you guys also feel like rewriting your code once your project goes over 2,000 lines of code? Well, I think that's completely normal, right? Because at 2,000 lines of code, now you've finally explored the problem space enough that you have a good handle on what you're trying to accomplish. And you've probably figured out at that point that the structures or maybe the abstractions that you're using to solve the problem are not really the right ones. So I feel like that's completely normal. I've heard the Primeagen talk about this, how a lot of times the first thing he does whenever he's building something new is he will write a lot of code that he plans to throw it away, he plans to rewrite it, which I think makes a lot of sense because there's so many times that you get into a project and you don't honestly quite know where you're going or how you want to do something quite yet. Our neighbor is cooking some delicious food with lots of oil, and the smell is driving me nuts. You should just go over there and ask him if you can have some. Hey, what's up, RS? How are you? Appreciate you encouraging other people to like the stream. That's very kind of you, man. C is better though. Sorry. Okay, Stefan. So, would you? Are you? Oh well, I guess Stefan, you've kind of made the pivot, right? That you're doing. You've decided you're gonna do some like some embedded system stuff where hardware and software meets. That's kind of where your interest lies. So I guess it does make sense that you would start to be deep into the C world. I've never taken the plunge. I'm sure for some people that makes me like not a real programmer because I've never written C before. But I've never felt called to or had the need to. Arvin, I'm doing project-wide rewrite at 1.2K because I want to project overhaul, but getting used to refactoring is a big skill. And I think, Arvin, that's a perfect example of why things like TypeScript and C# and static typing are so powerful, because if you have a big project at 1.2 thousand lines of code already written and you want to start moving shit around, having a really nice IDE and being able to provide that IDE with a lot of information about your code through static analysis is really powerful, right? That's actually one of the things I kind of miss about using VS Code or using Rider for C# development. Using NeoVim does not have the same level of code actions or refactoring that something like Rider has. Yeah, it's just not quite as good, you know? I start clean and work towards an end goal, but the more time I work, the more dirty it gets. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference in context, right? There's a context of like you're exploring a problem and you're trying to get something working, you're trying to understand it, so you're just writing a whole lot of code to make it work, right? And then there's like the context where like you're trying to implement something that you're going to PR to a group of 5 other developers, and so you want it to be easy to understand, easy to read. You want it to have sort of a flow and a pattern that's pre-existing in the code base or is established in the world that people can follow. So there's two, to me, there's like, those are two different contexts, right? And so you sort of, it's just like writing papers, for other purpose. Like if you're writing a research paper versus you're writing a blog post, or you're writing a post on Twitter or a letter to your congressman, right? This is different context, and so the way you write things and the way you express yourself is based on that context. So I think that's totally normal. C# is better for games, honestly. C# better for everything. I'm not hating C#. I'm just honest. I mean, it's fair. It's definitely okay to say. Steven, let me tell you something. Yesterday was literally my testing genesis. I will never look down on testing again. Wish I knew about testing when I wrote my project and the line that I am refactoring. Yeah, I mean that people knock testing because it does sort of slow you down, and it does add some. I mean, no matter how well you write your tests, at some point adding tests does slow you down, and it does add a little bit of overhead to wanting to change or refactor your code. Now, there's definitely things you can do to try to limit the impact on your existing tests, and you want to obviously aim for that. But man, having a good suite of tests that you can run, and like I actually was working on fixing an issue in that Stream Shorts tool that I built, because it basically couldn't handle files larger than 2 gigabytes, because I was basically loading up the video into memory at one point in the code, which, yeah, I get it. My mistake. Didn't think that one through. But yeah, so C#'s memory stream can only handle up to 2 gigs before you can't write to it anymore. And where was I going with this? Oh, what I was saying was that having a set of tests, Kilua, thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. But having a suite of tests that I could just run and be like, I fixed the core issue, and I can run my suite of tests and be like, okay, I didn't cause any regressions either, right? And have confidence in the changes I'm making. To me, it's such a huge value add. And I think there are some developers who get used to working in environments where they don't have that feedback, where they don't have that psychological safety of being able to make changes and develop with an automated test suite of some sort, that it becomes normalized, that's just how you work. And then the minute you experience the other side of the coin, you, I think, are forever like converted to the value of writing tests, the value of having tests. At least that's been my personal experience, and it sounds like, Arvin, you had a similar experience. Testing is a skills issue. Yeah, it's a skills issue. I think I didn't know that when I got into development. I guess I thought that writing testable code and writing good tests was trivial, and I thought that because a lot of the engineering and a lot of the developer community, that's sort of how they treat it. Like, oh, quality is someone else's job. That, I'm too smart for that, or I have too much more important work to do. And so initially that's kind of what was my perception. Now, having become a quality engineer, I now see that attitude that people take towards testing, a lot of the times, they're sort of throwaway opinions and throwaway lines to hide the fact that they don't really understand dependency injection. They don't understand inversion of control. They don't understand having a public contract. They don't understand how to keep the API surface small so there's less that you're exposing to the outside world. They don't. There's a lot of developers, I think, that don't even really understand what testing tools and frameworks exist in their particular ecosystem because they've just never written tests, right? So it's like this unknown area that they've never explored, and so somehow they've like rationalized it away as like, well, I've never done it before, so why do I need to do it, right? I've been building software for 10 years and I don't write tests. Which I guess is valid. Like, I can't argue with it, but I think once you experience the other side, it's difficult to go back. Arvin, if you want tests to be less of a pain, test only the common path, not any possible path. Test for cases with a common path, not any conceivable edge case that you could possibly go wrong. I learned about tests just yesterday night. I'm still baffled on how important they are and how helpful they are in times of project-wide refactoring. Yes, to me that's the value, is the being able to make changes confidently, because you have something that gives you feedback as you're making those changes, right? Instead of making the changes, pushing the code, and like kind of, I hope it all goes well, you know. That, to me, that doesn't feel good. I don't know how people work in those environments. I wouldn't want to develop in one of those environments, but I think a lot of people do. Lamp, check DMs. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a habit out of it of communicating through DMs during a stream. So I will be happy to check after the stream. Okay, how do we want to do this now? So I think what I want to do is I want to just return, let's see, follow-up exception, which we're just using exceptions because that's the base class in C#, and so we're just going to use that as our error class. We could refactor this, but I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add, I need to also pass along the message history. So I'm going to say this is going to have a public, what do we want to call this? A public list of chat messages, which is going to be conversation. Yeah, I'll just call it conversation. And we'll say get as a getter, and by default it's empty, or actually we'll force them to pass it in. So we will say, I'm going to move this up. So we're going to go here. Here, I really don't want them to be able to do that. So I'm going to delete those, and I'm going to say a follow-up exception is it basically needs to call the base constructor, but we need to pass in a list of chat messages, which is, oh no, we don't need this here, do we? Do we need this here? No, we don't need this here. We just need the message, because we're just sending back a follow-up, so we don't actually need the conversation. Sorry, my bad. The agent's conversation is just going to be managed internally in here. We don't need this to be exposed to the outside world. The user doesn't need to see all of the previous messages. So we need, because they already see them on the console. So what we need to do is we need to say, I think by default, I'll just say, can you tell me more about that? Oh my goodness. Can you tell me more about that? Like that. And then up here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to constantly return a fail. And I'm just going to return a new follow-up exception. Actually, let me just name this follow-up. I don't really need people to know it's an exception. Hey, what's up, Gun Highs? How are you? Nice progress, Steven. Yeah, I don't know if I've made a lot of progress. But I'm basically, what I'm trying to figure out is the proper way to make this interview loop work in this workflow. I know somebody out there is like, God damn, just use a fucking for loop. And I could, but I want to try to use this workflow that they have in this framework. Like I want to stay in this framework, right? I'm trying to avoid getting outside of it too much. So that's why I'm trying to constrain myself to figuring out how to create a loop using this request port and the interviewer. So my hope is that what I could do, actually, you know what? Not a follow-up. Let's just say a question. Let's say question. Hey, Radio Man, thanks for subbing. I appreciate you guys that have subbed. We've had I need a sub counter, don't I? We've had quite a few subs this stream. I've kind of been blown away. I think I've had like 10 people who have subbed, which is kind of crazy. I guess maybe more. I know some people don't make their subscriptions public, and I think if you don't have your subscription public, I can't show an alert on stream, but yeah, I need to, that would probably be a good thing to add, a new stream elements thing to add. Yeah, add a sub count. Yeah, I think that'd be good. Suhas, hey Steven, you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Sorry, did I miss something? Sorry. Only go crazy on testing when one product is considered feature complete by the client, and two, the subject we're testing that much, big business, bank, something, then go crazy and test literally anything. Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Arvin. You don't want to start adding tests incredibly early. But if in my opinion, if you're in the problem exploration phase, that's totally fine. I think once you start though trying to implement the feature, you should add tests. I do believe in some amount of like a test driven workflow, you know, where like you're sort of, you know what you want to implement, you know the behavior, you know how things should work, you've done that upfront research and exploratory effort, and so now you have a specification, you have some defined behaviors. In that context, I think it's never too early to start committing tests. But that's just my opinion. Om6, sorry if Chippy, thank you guys for subbing, I appreciate you. A-Tool, new subscriber. Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys very much for subscribing. That's very kind. Y'all do not have to subscribe, of course, but if you want to, that's very kind. I did put the chat in subscriber only mode. I felt like that was a reasonable thing to do. That way, if there are people that are kind of just flying by us in the the chat. Maybe it'll keep out the riffraff of the trolls that sometimes show up here. So this is actually going to respond to a question now. And this is going to be up here instead of passing in, or down here, instead of passing in a chat message, we're going to pass in a question. Right? This is the type here. Excuse me. Attempts to build a workflow instance configured to process messages of the specified input type. Isn't that supposed to dictate though what can start your stream? Well, here, let's just try. I just want to see if we can get the loop going. What I want to see if can I get to a point where it's just the interviewer and the user going back and forth. Ask user a question, send response async. I think, hold on. Interviewer. I think I need to change this back to just a chat message. Otherwise, we're going to have an issue here. Okay. So then we have program.cs. All right, let's try to run this and see if we can get a multi-turn loop. I forgot to change the generic type on the data is check. Data is question. I think this is a really nice functionality that they added. This data is, you know, or I feel like another good extension method, you know, is. But I think that this is actually specifically checking the data property of this object, so data is makes more sense. But methods like this make me, when I see people who have implemented stuff like this in other people's code or other libraries, when I see methods like this, I always think, man, I could do such a better job when I'm building my own APIs in code, like to be more thoughtful about like what is a pleasing way to write it instead of just doing like the simplest, you know? Like you see a lot of like get by, right? Or like create user, you know, very generic methods. But then you see a method like this and you're like, yeah, this actually is a really nice way to check something. We check if this object is a particular type, and if it is, we out that thing casted. Granted, in C# they do have pattern matching, so you could also do request.data is question. You could do that already with pattern matching, but I'm guessing there's some other things that are going on under the hood here, which is why they provide this data is method. Okay, so let's try that now. Casper.console.interview question, what would you like to, oh, why did it print that? Casper, why is, oh, I should do question dot message. Yeah, there we go. Why C# is better than C, and how can I convince others? Okay, so it exited. Okay, so why did it exit? Hold on, sorry. What do you think about Intel as a company? Will it get back like the stock? Oh, for sure. For sure. The thing with Intel is that while it has not been given a lot of love lately, that company is ginormous, and the technical expertise that exists at that company, while I understand is maybe not as good as it is at TSMC or some of these other chip makers at the moment, right? It's still a huge company with tons of engineers working there, with tons of intellectual property, right? And there's not many of those things on Earth, right? Like there's only a handful of chip makers, and Intel's one of them. Maybe it's not the most innovative or the best at the moment, but there's just so much momentum behind that company. There's so much capital in that company, so much invested in that company, that I think it can't help but ultimately be successful. I personally think they should have left Pat Gelsinger in charge of Intel. I personally think that was that ousting him was a response to market forces, short-term and short-sighted market forces. I think Pat Gelsinger was the right person, but things in that business take time. Building a fab takes time. Upskilling workers takes, like, that's a huge endeavor, right? You're talking about taking a company that for 10 or 20 years had kind of been on a poor trajectory, had fallen off the technical edge, and you're talking about trying to pivot the culture of a company, pivot the skills of your workforce, build all new capital, build all new infrastructure, invest tons of capital, and then after 3 or 4 years, you're like, well, it's not reflective in the stock price, so see ya. Um, I think he was the right man. He understood what Intel was before it got into a bad position. He understood how it got there. He was a part of it, right? He was like, the x86 was his baby in a lot of ways. And so to just I don't know, it just, to me, that was a bad move by the board, by whoever made that decision. And it's unfortunate, but that doesn't mean that they will sort it out. Like, that company is too big, there's too much capital, there's too much IP. They're building a huge fab in Arizona. The government is deeply invested in that corporation. Like, they're gonna figure it out. So I do think they will come back. How long that will take, I don't know, but I think it's kind of an inevitability. Let's see, Arvin. In my opinion, no, a publicly traded company is doomed if owners are fixated on cashing in. And Arvin, that's the Pat Gelsinger. I think that was the situation there. Is like, you have too much fixation on how quickly can we drive the stock price up, and what they should be focused on is how do we reclaim our technical edge. And nothing matters until we reclaim that, right? Until we get ourselves on par with capability and quality of the TSMCs of the world, nothing else matters. The stock can go to hell. That's I think the kind of approach or the kind of mindset that you've got to have. And I do agree, though, that's hard to do in a publicly traded company. Is difficult. And that doesn't mean somebody couldn't necessarily take them private. I mean, that would be billions of dollars, right, to take them private. But if that's what it ultimately requires to straighten it out, I just don't see a world in which some form of Intel isn't successful in the future, right? Like, what are you gonna, like? They're not gonna go bankrupt. Someone's gonna buy them. Something will happen, right? There's just too much value, inherent value there. ATUL, it's a project or something? Yeah, so sorry. For those of you that I realize I should do a better job, because I know viewership kind of rolls over on live streams. I should do a better job of kind of every so often setting the context. So Microsoft last week dropped this framework called the Agent Framework. This is basically a combination of learnings that Microsoft has had from their two primary AI SDKs or libraries that they've had, which is AutoGen for the Python ecosystem, and then they had Semantic Kernel for Python and .NET, and they put them together into this thing that they're calling the agent framework. And there is some overlap between those libraries. They do have, they've tried to make it really easy to migrate from one to the other, or use one in the other, right? So to use semantic kernel classes and APIs in agent framework. But basically they're just trying to unify, right? And upskill, which I think is great. And so I wanted to figure how this all works and how I can leverage it going forward in my life and in my work. And so in order to do that, I always feel like it's helpful to read the docs, to do the tutorials, which I did, but it's also helpful when you can actually build something. So I came up with this idea to build a pretty simplistic agent that is essentially going to act as sort of like a intern for my blog, right? This is like somebody that I could hire for $20 or $30 an hour, and I could ask them, hey, I want to write about XYZ topics. Could you go do some research, and could you flush out, you know, a rough draft on XYZ that I could review and edit, and then ultimately post. And so it's almost like a ghostwriter in that way, and that's why that's why I'm calling the project Casper, because of Casper the Ghost. So that's the ATUL. If you're still here, that's the context, and for people who are new, that's sort of the context here. And so at the same time as trying to build this, I'm obviously streaming and talking to you all. JRE Flashback. Hi, I'm new. Hello, JRE Flashback. I hope you're doing well. ATUL. I'm a beginner in coding, and if I want to work as a developer, what languages should I learn? So this is my opinion. There's some people here that have heard it before, and they'll probably end up getting tired of hearing it at some point, but my opinion is if you are learning to code because you just want to learn, pick whatever language interests you and try to pick it up. And if that language doesn't click for you, try a different one, because there's lots of languages out there, and what clicks for one person doesn't click for another, and everybody has stylistic preferences. So just explore and do what you want. If it's for your enjoyment. If you're trying to get a job as a developer, I will tell you what I would do if I was in your shoes. If I was currently in my current life at 32 years old with a family and kids and had a job, and I wanted to move to a different job doing a different skill set, what I would do is I would look geographically. I'm in Kansas City, Kansas. So geographically, I would do a job search, and I would look at postings for the roles that I want, and I would basically do an analysis of what tech stacks these companies use. You could also pull in job postings from companies that you want to work at that support remote work, or maybe companies you want to work at that you're willing to move for. And I would just kind of compile a list, and then I would analyze. You could use an LLM to help you with this too. You just compile, a bunch of job postings, maybe copy and paste them into a bunch of different text files, and then I would just ask Gemini, probably at this point, or you could do it yourself manually. Ask it to kind of summarize what the technical stacks are of these companies, right? What are the languages? What are the frameworks? Where do they say they deploy on? What's the infrastructure they say they want familiarity with? And then I would create a short list. Like, what's the number one language, right? What's like the number one framework? What's the cloud or the infra they use, right? Do they reference AWS a lot? Do they reference GCP? And then I would just start working through those skill sets. Like, okay, first I'm going to learn the most popular language of these companies. I'm going to get really good at that. Then I'm going to figure out what frameworks are popular in that language and what frameworks do these companies use, and put that on top. Because the goal should be, if you're trying to get a job, the goal should be building a skill set that's attractive to people that you want to work for, not necessarily what you like. If I lived if I lived in San Francisco and I went around telling everybody I love C# and I want to use C#, and I'm good at C#, a lot of people would probably be like, yeah, we don't give a shit. We write Python and we use TypeScript out here. Get the fuck out of here. Like, we're a startup culture. Static typing, that's for old white guys in suits, right? But I live in Kansas City, Kansas City's a pretty big .NET town. It's also a pretty big Java town. Actually, Garmin headquarters is like right up the road from where I live. So, and they have a huge Java backend. I've talked to engineers that work there. They also do other things. They do embedded systems. They do C because they obviously make all those different devices and stuff. So those are examples of, that would be an example of where you're trying to tailor your skill set to the jobs you want to get. And maybe you have to add AI on there now. So long, again, another short answer long, that would be my approach, personally. Obviously, you're a human being, you have free will. It's fine for you to do something else, but that's my thinking. JRE flashback. You have a lot of new joiners today. Could you please explain what you are doing? Were you here when I was going through the JRE? Were you here when I was going through the little diagram and the agent framework? If you were, then I won't go back through it. But if you aren't, I'm happy to. It is low that NVIDIA CEO can buy it? Oh, that would be wild. NVIDIA buys Intel? Whew, that would be crazy. It'd be a giant company, a behemoth. NVIDIA, though, doesn't actually fabricate any of its chips, does it? It just designs them. So it would be a different business. It could make sense, right? I mean, Intel is basically their direction, at least under Gelsinger, was to try to move towards a foundry model. They were still going to like design chips and make chips and stuff, but they were also going to try to move towards I think that's one of the things that plant in Arizona was going to try to do, was to try to operate a little bit like TSMC. Will your Casper haunt us if it's running? It could, I guess. Suhas, it's too low. Ooh, I guess you're talking about Intel. ATUL Python. Yeah, you could learn Python. I mean, the thing is, any language you pick up, there's gonna be jobs you could get with that tech stack. I guess I'm just thinking of trying to give yourself the highest probability of getting a job, right? Thanks so much, Suhas. Yeah, of course, ATUL. I'm always happy to give my response. My response is usually, I try to couch them more as like I'm talking to my sons. When people ask me questions that are kind of career related or job related, I always try to think of like, selfishly, I try to think of like, what if I had a 22 or even if it was a 30-year-old son, I'm 50 and so when he's 30, I'll be 53. So if my 30-year-old son was to come to me and he was 10 years into his career and was like, hey dad, I don't like what I'm doing, I think I want to try out this code thing, like I try to give advice kind of in that context. Obviously it's hard because I don't know you guys, I don't know your lives, I know everybody has different circumstances and limitations and whatnot, but hopefully you found that helpful. Don't you think once CCP invades Taiwan, TSMC is doomed? I don't know if TSMC is doomed, and if the CCP did invade Taiwan, man, what a political that might be more crazy. Yeah, like Russia invading Ukraine is already crazy. That would be kind of a whole nother level of craziness. Just given what Taiwan currently means to the world in terms of chip fabrication. But I mean, that's Butterscotch. The thing you just said is another reason why, like, Intel will be successul. Like, it has to be successful. The United States government is going to make it successful, right? For them, for the United States government, it's a matter of national security, right? They want a chip fabrication supply chain that is independent of the CCP's influence. Sunny Y. Have you worked on driver building using YDK? I have never built a driver. I've never done low-level programming like that. I believe I could. It probably would take me a while to get up to speed, as that would be a whole new endeavor, whole new languages for me. it just hasn't interested me. That type of development has never hasn't caught my interest yet. Just like game programming, like building games. I have a colleague at work. He's real, and he actually has him and his. Let me see if I can find the game. Him and one of his friends actually. Why isn't my keyboard working? Did it die? There we go. Him and I think it's called Frogot Steam. Anju, I think is how you say your name. Apologies if I screwed it up, but thank you very much for the subscription. Appreciate you. But yes, there's certain types of programming that just haven't quite captured my attention. Web development's really captured my attention. I love building CLIs. I feel like that's a ton of fun. Building front ends is a ton of fun. Yeah, those types of things like app level development I've really enjoyed that. But like game development hasn't really caught my attention. Those sorts of things. Embedded systems. Yeah, this is my colleagues. Him and another him and a friend of his built this. I've not played it. I think it's like $5 or $10 on Steam if you want to check it out. Oh, it's free to play now. So if you want to check it out, you can. I guess we could play it on stream. It should be kind of fun at some point. But he does a lot. He writes C# and writes and builds stuff in Unity and really enjoys it. And I don't. Or at least I haven't yet, I guess you should say. I think once it happens, there would be new Chinese companies in the market. Probably, 100%. I would love that. I will make a lot of money. No, war is bad to us. No screaming for war and no cheering for war. So I want to be a game developer. Okay, very cool. There might be some other people that might be able to advise you on that. My take on game development from just an outsider's perspective is it seems to be very much like the food industry. When I worked in food science, I was a research and development scientist for a food company, and game development reminds me a lot of that world. It seems like it's a pretty small world. Like there's a handful of companies, and everybody sort of works for one of those companies, and they all sort of rotate chairs. And then the other thing I'll say is, it seems like if you're going to be a game developer, you need to make sure you have a pretty good chunk of savings stuck in the bank somewhere for harsh times, because it does seem like game developers suffer layoffs more than others. You should try playing Dreamcore. It has a demo. Okay, I'll add that to the list. I've got too many. That thing is at the bottom of a long list, but I always appreciate the recommendations. Okay, so I think what the problem is in my interviewer class is instead of returning... Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Instead of just returning, I think I need to also send a message. Yeah, so I think what I need to do is I need to say await context dot send message async, and I think I need to send the question. Obviously, there's also going to be some conditional logic in here. That's like... what's the signature? I think I need to format that. this is going to be question. Why C# is the best. Perfect. Now we're doing it. Okay, can you tell me more about that? It has great static typing. What else? I can say what else? What else can I say about it? You can do functional and object oriented. Okay, so the vision here then is, so the vision is here. The initial prompt, the user will have the opportunity to give an initial input. That initial input will go to my interviewer agent. My interviewer agent will basically analyze that and say, is there anything I need to follow up and ask to like further flush this out, to get all the information or to get all the context I need from the user, basically to help you as the writer to not have to think about. That's one of the benefits of a ghostwriter, is they sort of extract from you, right? They extract your opinions, your ideas, your concept through asking you questions. And so that's what Casper is going to do. So at some point on each turn of this conversation, Casper is going to be looking at the previous conversation and the current question, or the current question, the current answer, and it's going to be deciding if it has enough information. When it doesn't have enough information, it's going to formulate a follow-up question. Tayden, thank you for the sub. Also, I love the bracket things in your username. That makes your username look really cool on on that alert. When it does, so when my interviewer does feel like it has enough information, then that's when it will stop prompting the user, and it will go over to the research agent. So this is where I need to start adding some like conditional edges to my graph. In which case, to show this pretty simply, I think what we can do is we can say the interviewer should only go back to the user if we receive a object data. Also, I don't like this music. I'm going to skip to the next song. So this should only go back if this is a failed result. So if data is failure, if data is failure, then we will go back to the user. If data, so then the other edge we need is if the data is a success, so we'll say add edge is going to be interviewer to researcher, but that's only going to happen if we have a success. And this is the whole reason, this conditional edges, this is the whole reason I wanted to have this result object, because I feel like this is just a really nice way to express to the workflow without a whole lot of extra detail. Hey, if it's success, do this. If it's failure, do this. Granted, that's pretty binary, right? It only really allows you to do two types, I guess a bi-directional workflow for any given node, right? However, this result pattern could be extended, right? You could have multiple strongly typed results that represent different, outcomes. So this could be expanded. But I think for my use case and for this app, this is plenty at the moment. Oh, the music stopped. Why did the music stop? I broke it. There we go. And that shouldn't be failure. That should be success. Okay, so let's test this really quick. So if you remember, I have this hard-coded right now to say send message and to hard, and we're always going to send a message to the we're always going to emit that question, and we're always going to return fails. In this case, if it's hard-coded like this, it should just continue in the loop always. It should just always continue over and over. My music keeps dying. Let's see. Why lo-fi music is awesome to code to. Okay, so now it's exiting. So why is it exiting? Oh, because I'm not returning. Am I? Result.fail. This should be of type result. Okay, so that's not working how I thought it was going to. So what don't I understand here? So interview goes back to user if the object data is failure. So I guess this isn't a failed thing. So what is being sent to me here? Let's try to figure that out. So we'll say console.writeLine type of data. Why is this complaining? Data is a variable but is used like a type. Oh, yeah, right. Type.getType. Name. I think there's a full name property on here. So what is this? Possible null reference exception. And then we'll say return. The same thing we were doing. We'll say data is failure. Let's see if we can print that and see what's going on. So the first thing we get is a question, and then we get a failure. Oh, so this is where these two need to sort of be. They sort of need to happen in lockstep, don't they? So or I could just add that as a condition, couldn't I? I could just say if it's a question or if it's a failure, go here. There's probably a better way to represent that. So if data is failure or question. God, isn't pattern? See, this is another reason why C# is so good. Look at that pattern matching. Like that's, I mean, that's just like chef's kiss. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about this. I'm talking about the is operator in C#. The ability to match object against specific types by their name. Okay, so I think now this will work. But will this do that multiple times? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I guess not. I guess it's... Well, I guess once it... Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely receiving multiple data objects, data events. Okay, but then, just to illustrate the conditional nature of this, but now if I go back over here to my interviewer, I don't know why I keep opening Tree Sitter. I should just do this. I go back to my interviewer and I say, okay, don't send the question, but instead return a successful result, like just return okay. Now it shouldn't loop like that. Boom. Okay, cool. I officially can say I understand how this all works now. It just took me Monday? Oh, so how many days is that? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 6 days. 6 days, and I can say confidently I have a good conceptual understanding of how this workflow builder API works. So now we just need to add this conditional logic. All right, let me catch up with chat just a little bit. We're arguing about some programming languages? Stefan, play Doom music? I might get copyright, huh? I don't want to get copyright strike. Okay, we're talking about game programming. We're talking about Python, C++. A couple of good courses recommended. Artwork Studios is out of here. Have a good sleep. ATL, my phone is about dead. Sorry, I want to know more things from you guys. I gotta go. Thank you so much for your guidance. ATL, we do have a Discord chat if you want to join our Discord. Your phone might already be dead, but if you want to talk to the fellas in chat or you want to interact with me outside of stream, Discord's the best place to do that. If you change value of name stir to 3, it will still work, which is bad. Oh, you guys are talking about language and static types and all that good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, TypeScript is a little... I don't know which language you're talking... You're talking about Python? Yeah. The pseudo typed languages, you know? Like, it's nice because it makes your development experience really, 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 really nice, but it is different, right? It's not the same as having a compiled language. Lamp is back. Hello, Lamp. Good to see you. All right, so... You know what? I don't even think I need the failure. I think I just need the question. Because I think what I can do is in my handler here, my interviewer, I can just do this. I can just say, we're going to have some conditional. I don't know what this is going to be yet, but let's just say if true, we're going to send this context. We can, for the sake of the result pattern, we can just return a failure, but it really doesn't matter what's in that failure, other than it wants a failure, so we can return it, but we don't really need to. We really just need to admit the question. That's all we care about, because the interviewer handles questions. Then we can, if we do get down here, right, this means we don't need to ask any follow-ups, then we can return our new topic, which would be typed as topic summary. Right now that's unreachable, so we'll just say need more information. And I think this will be var need more information. So this is where we need to do this is where we need to make we need to send a request to Gemini at this point, right? So this needs to have the thread of our conversation as well as the message that we just received from the user, and then we need to make a request and basically ask the LLM to do basically what is kind of a sentiment analysis or not, I guess it's not a sentiment analysis, but some sort of semantic analysis, I guess, on the conversation and be like, hey, can you extract out for us what the purpose of this is? So let's use our good friend Gemini to build a prompt for this, because I suck at writing prompts and I don't really care that much about learning how to write great prompts, because I can just ask an LLM to do it. Also, it's already 6:40 and I have not refilled my coffee cup. This no bueno. 2 hours of streaming, damn. Yeah, it's a long stream. Yeah, we've been locked in. I actually, hold on, before we go on to this, let me put up my very, very sophisticated be right back sign. How do I do this? So I'm going to do Control-Shift-P. We're going to split the pane upward. And then we're going to go Alt-Shift. We're going to make this a little narrower. We're going to make my prompt a little bigger. And we're going to say be right back. Be right back. Went to get coffee. And I totally understand if you guys have to scroll on. That's no big deal. But it is Saturday morning here for me, and I would like to drink coffee while I work. Yes, I know this is a very sophisticated approach here. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna mute myself. Watch your headphones, because I am gonna turn up the volume on the music. So watch your headphones. And I will be right back. Totally understand if you got to scroll on. No worries. I hope to see you again. And give me like maybe 5 minutes. I'm gonna run upstairs, pull a shot of espresso, use the restroom, and BRB. I'm back. I'm gonna do like 10 push-ups real quick, and then I'm back. Wait, how does your terminal look like that? I want that. Oh, 1 sec. I'm gonna do my push-ups, and then I'll tell you how it looks like that. All right. All right. I'm unmuted, which is good. Need to turn the music back down. I forgot to do that last time. All right. Excuse me. Okay, first things first, housekeeping. It is currently 6:50 a.m. I traditionally in the mornings have been streaming till about 7 a.m. Today I'm probably gonna stream until I start to hear my family moving around upstairs, and then I'm gonna probably hop off. So I'm guessing I probably have another 30 minutes to an hour, maybe. So we'll see. Okay, so first question that I missed while I was gone was, wait, how does your terminal look like that? So my terminal, so first and foremost, this right here is a application called Bottom. You can search for it on GitHub. Actually, let me just post a link because I feel bad to use things other people built and not give them a really good shout out. So shout out to Clement Sang, maybe is how you say his name, for building this. I'll put that in chat there, but a quick search on GitHub or Google will get you there too. Let's see, this up top, so these are two different panes. So I use Windows Terminal, so I actually have two different panes right now. I have a top pane and a bottom pane. The top pane is PowerShell. That's my, I guess, shell of choice is PowerShell. So my terminal of choice is Windows Terminal. My shell of choice is PowerShell. All of this like customized prompt stuff comes from something very similar if you're from the Linux or Mac ecosystem and you know about Oh My ZSH. There is a, sorry for the breathing. There is a project called Oh My Posh for PowerShell, which is very much a similar type of experience. I'm guessing Oh My Posh was probably inspired a lot by Oh My ZSH. I don't actually know which came first or which came second. But this is kind of the terminal customization framework, I guess you would say I use. And then I can share with you my specific theme, which I have in a gist on GitHub real quick. I need to do a better job of keeping these things in a place where I can reach them without having to search for them every time. I used to have all this wired up to a Nightbot command, and I could just type a command in the chat. However, Nightbot has fallen down on the job recently. So this is my, I don't know if these links are actually clickable, but this is my Oh My Posh theme that I use. And that should get you all the way there with how wanting your terminal to look like this. That should be what you need to know. So now we will shut that because we don't need it anymore. We're going to go back to our code. And then is blank Dave asked, what are we building? Is it Tmux? No, I don't use Tmux. I didn't know if you can use Tmux on Windows. Can you? Is that possible? I honestly don't know. As far as what are we building, so just to give context, some people might already know this, but Agent Framework was built in... Agent Framework was released by Microsoft this past week. Agent Framework is a framework, I know, surprising, that's supposed to make it easy for you to do things with AI. It kind of combines some learnings from a couple other libraries one called AutoGen and one called Semantic Kernel. And I just wanted to learn it. Like I wanted to know how to use it and how it works. So my decision was to build an application that will um, help me do like initial drafts of blog posts. So kind of think of it like a ghostwriter, but it's sort of made up of these different agents are essentially just a way to structure prompts, like how to organize prompts separate from each other, like almost like organization. They're almost like folders in a lot of ways. Like agents are to LLMs what folders are to files. Like it's just a way to sort of separate your concerns and say, for this particular case, you're a writer, and in this particular case, you're an editor, and here are the instructions, and here are the rules you should follow, and maybe here are some tools you can use. But that's basically what we're doing. So is blank Dave, if you're still here, hopefully that answers your question. And if you're new here, hopefully that kind of orients you. Hello, Lamp. Good to see you. The boys, cool. I'll definitely use these. Looking at my PowerShell is pretty boring. So I should also call out the boys 619. I should also call out that a lot of my PowerShell setup is kind of stolen, for lack of a better word, from a gentleman named Scott Hanselman. You might be familiar with him. He's a much bigger creator than I am. I think now he's like a VP at Microsoft too. So, but his day job is he's a VP at Microsoft, but he makes content on the internet too. And he has a video. If you search YouTube for Scott Hanselman Terminal, he has a 50-minute long video. It's a little long, obviously, but because he goes through a lot. But he does a wonderful job like walking through exactly how he takes his prompt from like super basic, or his terminal from super basic to really awesome. And he even has this terminal wired up to where he can see his blood sugar in his terminal prompt bar, whatever you want to call it, status line, which is pretty cool. So if you want to check that out, I will share that as well. There you go. I aspire to be as nice of a guy as Scott Hanselman appears to be. I always say he seems like the nicest guy on the internet. And I try to be a nice guy, but I don't know if I'm that nice of a guy. Suha, Steven, my friend asked me to make him a something bot. What do you think about the ethics of it? Is it okay to do something like that? I think it's worth. What do you think? Well, I mean, I guess it just depends on if you want to build something like that and how much about your friend you want to know in that context. I don't know if I want to know very much about what my friend likes in that context. Like that, I mean, there's nothing wrong with sex. I mean, sex is a part of life. It's like, humans probably need to talk more about sex, death, and taxes, right? No, sex, death, and money. Those are the three things humans don't talk a lot about, but they're hugely important in our lives. But I guess it depends on how much you want to sit around and talk to your friend about that, and how much money he's willing to pay you to do that. But yeah, you do you. Is blank Dave. So is it a computer-based agent framework? A computer-based agent. I don't know what computer-based means. Yeah, I don't know what computer. It's an agent framework. So agents in the AI context, all agents do is they organize. This is all an agent is. Hold on, let me show you. Because I think there's a lot of misleading information out there right now about agentic AI. This is all an agent is. Right? Under the hood, this is all that's happening. An agent has the ability to talk to an LLM. It has some prompt, whether that prompt was authored by the LLM or a human being. And then it has the ability to call certain tools, whether they be provider-provided tools like search functionality or code execution, like in the case of some of these LLM providers, or they be tools that you provide to the LLM that your code runs. But this is architecturally, this is what agents are, and you can have multiple agents that are all wired up together in all sorts of different ways. But agents don't actually use computers. They get information about what they can and can't do and some text about the current context, and then they decide if they want to take an action, and they can request to take an action. And when they take the action, they're then calling somebody else's code. Somebody else's, you know what I mean? Obviously, unless they're using some sort of code execution. But they're not, the LLM fundamentally doesn't have the ability to use a computer. That they just predict the next token. I just want to know your opinion. Yeah, so it's totally up to you. I agree. It's kind of a weird situation, but if that's something you're interested in, you want to do, I think I would be more open to it if it was for like a stranger. But if it was like a friend I have to talk to and see every day, I think that'd be a really weird circumstance to be in. Is blank Dave? Are you doing things locally? Yeah, I mean the code will run locally. Like the app, it will just be a CLI tool that runs on the machine. But the model is, I'm using Gemini's API. I don't have like a dedicated GPU or anything like that. So the inference of running local models is, while I can do it, it's not useful. I mean, look, that's my whole opinion on people who are like, well, yeah, you can just host and run local LLMs locally. Yeah, I mean, can you do that? Yes, but like to actually make a local LLM as useful and as performant as something like Gemini or ChatGPT or Anthropic, you have to have some pretty serious hardware. You know, so, and I don't have it. I don't have that hardware. I just spent $1,500 on a NAS. So I'm depleted of resources for a dedicated GPU at the moment. Maybe one of these days I'll have a GPU cluster in my closet. Noku, the most important things in life is asynchronicity. I guess you mean like that. Are you talking about like the ability to like interact without necessarily having to be on the same, like in real time? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what Lamp is talking about. Something about a cat. I'd have to dive into the docs. I thought maybe MS gave access to applications on your machine. Oh no, nope, nothing like that. The library is kind of like semantic kernel. If you've ever used semantic kernel, it lets you add tool calling, so you can give you can add the ability to call tools or functions. But all this is basically, this is just a lot of code, right? This is a library that handles a lot of the boilerplate code that you would have to write and implement yourself when building agents anyways. And so it just provides a lot of that functionality out of the box. And then the other value add thing that this library adds is it adds sort of a common abstraction layer for the different providers. So if you want to think of it like, right, you have like, here's the agent framework. I'm so bad at using Excalidraw, but I love using it. So if you think of like the agent frameworks here, right? So that's the top level. And then there's a layer that sits underneath this. There's another library underneath this called, there's a few, but the one that I think of the most is called Microsoft.extensions. I think it's AI. And then under this, you can have all kinds of providers. That implement these abstractions. So you could have Ollama, you could have Anthropic, can have an Ollama implementation. You can have a Gemini implementation, which is what I'm using. You can have an Anthropic one. I built an SDK for Anthropic that I could plug in. I haven't done that yet, but you could. There's OpenAI, right? And so the value here being that if you're building applications, right? If you're building an application, it makes a whole lot of sense to find something to build your app on so that you're not tied, right, to any of these underlying providers. Your app. So you could build it on top of the agent framework, which depends on these Microsoft.extensions.ai, which means any library that implements the abstractions in this library can be used in the agent framework, which means you can leverage them in your app. You could also just get rid of the agent framework. You could just use this, and that would work too. But the agent framework has a bunch of nice things in there, like a workflow API, and it's got a bunch of common scenarios, you know, to make it very simplistic to build agents. It's not TypeScript. It's in Python and .NET currently. I actually have a couple videos. I've posted 3, and I'm probably going to post another one today on my YouTube channel of building an AI agent, where I do it from a very like primitive place, and you kind of get an idea for the code that you need to write to make an agent work. And so very quickly you understand why you would prefer to use some existing library to help you handle a lot of that boilerplate code. It just saves you a ton of time. And then obviously when you use a library like this, it's not just your own learnings that you're getting to benefit off of. You're benefiting off of somebody like Microsoft, and an open source ecosystem around it, who have probably done a lot of implementations at this point, right? And a lot of different apps, and they've seen a lot of different patterns and a lot of different common approaches. And I think in just a lot of cases when you're building applications, while it's fun to implement your own thing, 9 times out of 10 it's probably better just to go with something that's relatively off the shelf. Suhas, what is the new GPU thing? Like some rock that NVIDIA launched? Oh, like the little mini AI PCs? Those would be cool too. Okay, cool, Lamp. I'm glad your cat is doing well. Suhas, instead of buying a laptop, buy a desktop so that if something breaks down, you can change it. That's a good advice. I bought a mini PC. I don't know how upgradable it is. I think I can upgrade the RAM. I'm not sure about anything else. Maybe the storage, but that's just good advice. I'd really like to have one of those framework computers at some point. Suhas, basically more bloated, more powerful, and you are not dependent on someone to fix it. Yep, that's true. Very true. Have you used AMP code? No, I've never used that before. Let me give it a peek. Oh, my posture's bad. I can feel it in my neck that I not get. Okay, AMP code. AMP by Swarfgrad. No, I haven't used this. This is an agentic coding tool engineered to maximize what's possible. Is this a no code, kind of a no code tool thing? Oh no, this looks like it's in the terminal. Oh, so this is like Copilot. This is like Copilot or the Gemini CLI, that sort of thing. You should check out the benchmarks. Does it have benchmarks? I don't see it. I don't see the. Yeah, so this is like this is not. So I have to be completely honest with you as Blaine Dave. I don't really use those tools that much. I have used them. I just prompting my. I've seen all the Twitter threads of people that's like, I have 7 agents running concurrently in 7 different terminals, and one's building my front end, the other's building my back end, and this one's running my tests all the time. And It sounds cool, bro, but I'm not interested in building software that way. At least not in my free time. Obviously, if my boss makes me do shit, I'll do it because I need to get paid. But I'm not super interested in doing that in my free time. But if others are, that's okay. I'm not, we all have our own lives. We can all live it the way we want, you know. Is Blaine Dave? No, they have an SDK. Oh, so you mean you can use their SDK to build your own agents? So they built theirs on top of their SDK, and so you could use that to build your own. AMP SDK. I only see. So I see their product here, but I don't see their SDK. Is this it? Or maybe this is it? No, that's not it. Or I'm guessing that's not it. That had to look like it has to do with mobile development. Yeah, I just see the premium. If you wouldn't mind, I mean, I'll check it out, but I'll probably need you to link it for me. If you want to join our Discord and you can just pop in, drop the link, and pop out if you want, that's probably the best way to link it to me since YouTube doesn't support. I don't think it lets you guys paste links. But I will definitely check it out. Steven, I meant, isn't that very similar? Hold on, what are you talking about? In my opinion, you can have your opinion, bro. Lamp, are my messages not getting picked up? Also, no, your messages are getting picked up. You're talking about your cat sitting next to you, and I don't have anything else to say to you about that, Lamp. Steven, I don't know, but LangChain is better. I mean, that's fair. I mean, everyone's entitled to have. I mean, there's people that like Flask better than they like fast APIs, right? Like you're allowed to have your opinion on what frameworks and tools you like. I mean, you guys know. I mean, I think you guys know. At least I know I've shown this on stream before. Here's my opinion on the tools you should use. I'm very, very, very strongly opinionated about the tools you should use and how you should decide what tools you should use. So hold on to your hats. It's an incredibly strong opinion. Incredibly strong. That, these are the tools you should use right here. I'll link it. Thanks, Blank Dave. I appreciate it. So, Steven is an artist trying to do art. He is not interested in I don't know if I would ever describe myself as an artist, but what I will say is I do think that part of the fun of programming and coding is the process of solving a problem. It's the process of like thinking through something and exploring it, and like that's part of the fun, in my opinion. And a lot of these AI tools are sort of trying to like sidestep that and be like, hey, no, you don't need to worry about that. You just need to worry about the end goal and what it is, the thing that you want to build and accomplish. And that's all that matters, is getting to the thing you're going to ship. And while that probably is true in the context of software businesses where you're trying to make money by selling software, if you're building software because you enjoy doing it, the process is part of the fun. And I would assume that for artists or photographers or videographers or any endeavor that requires creation, that holds true, if I had to guess. Is Blank Dave, where's the invite? If you just go to discord.stevenfreeborn.com, it will redirect you right to my Discord invite link. Yep, doesn't have this as, yep, exactly. I know when someone is an artist and when something. Programming is an art. Well, I don't know if I'd ever refer to myself in that way. I guess I would refer to myself as a creator, of things. And I feel like the process of creation is half of the fun, right? That's half of the. Oxnell. Hey, hello, Oxnell. Guys, I'll share a Gemini AI invitation. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah. I'm already paid Gemini customer, so I'm good, but you're welcome to share it with those who would like an invite. Oxnell, nice fresh haircut. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I got my haircut on Tuesday. It'd been like 3 or 4 months. It's funny because if you scroll through my if you scroll if you scroll through my YouTube channel, like go to the videos page and you just start scrolling, you can like definitively see by the thumbnail, like, oh, he got a haircut here, and then he got a haircut here. I get it so I get like maybe 4 haircuts a year, maybe. I just approved you is Blank Dave. Thanks for joining. And obviously you don't have to stay. If you just want to drop that link maybe in the coding channel and then pop out, that's totally fine. Being humble is also annoying. Being humble is the way. I mean, you want to be like, it's interesting though, Suas. That's actually something I've been thinking about a lot now that I have 2 sons, because humbleness is definitely a virtue. Being humble is good, but it can also be taken to a detriment. Especially now that I'm like in the corporate world and I'm working in a corporate setting for the last decade or so. There is something to be said that you need to know your value and you need to champion for your value and you need to be able to self-promote yourself a little bit because no one else is going to do it for you. And that's something that I'm trying to, as I raise sons, I'm trying to think about what's the best way to communicate that and to practice that, to basically hold both things in your head at the same time. You should be humble, and you should not think you're better than other people, but at the same time you should also believe in yourself and you should root for yourself and you should want to see yourself succeed, because the world a lot of times is going to continually try to make you believe that you aren't worth as much as you're worth. And so you need to be able to advocate for yourself and promote for yourself and to put yourself in rooms full of opportunity and not be this like humble martyr who's like, well, if I just work hard enough, things will come. That's sort of true, but like a lot of times in the world, it's not necessarily just the work you did, but who knows about that work. So you've got to kind of be both things, right? You got to be humble, but then you also sort of have to be a little bit boastful. It's like all things in balance. So yeah, you can see the differences. Yeah, you really can. It's fun. I didn't realize that until I started making those thumbnails with my face in it. And every time I make a video, I usually take a picture to put on one of those thumbnails. And so I was like, oh wow, you can really tell when I've let my hair go. Hey, what's up, Manish? How are you? Hey. First of all, hello again. Yes, good to see you, Manish. And do you also have experience in UI? I would never call myself probably a designer. I usually just take inspiration from other things I see. Like I like GitHub's UI. I kind of copy that in a project. Yeah, I wouldn't. Like my blog is wholly inspired by Dan Abramov's blog. So if you look at my blog. And I wrote this when I built the blog. I wrote this up at how I built it and why I built it. But this blog website was completely inspired by Overreacted.io, which is, if you don't know who Dan Abramov is, he used to be part of the React core team. But yeah, so like you can see, it was wholly inspired by this. I rebuilt mine in Blazor with, it's a little different, but I really loved the UI of this. It's very simple. His code for this is also very interesting. It's very simple. It's a very simple website. It's just markdown files that are parsed and rendered. So I would never call myself a designer. So I have experience in UI in the sense that I've built front ends and I've implemented other people's designs. But if you're looking for somebody that's gonna come up with your UI for you, that's gonna design it and do it like well, that would not be a service I would advertise. Uh, know thyself, right? Know thyself. Know your limitations. All right, I'm gonna have my UI side of brain is blank. I only write TUI. GUI is only when my brother forces me. Yeah, the TUIs are very cool, man. Some of the TUIs that I've seen lately, man, they're as good as some of the GUIs. Have you guys ever used what is it? I think I have it installed Lazy Docker. I don't know if I have any machines running. Oh, Docker's not even running. Let me quit that. Let me start Docker desktop. Or I guess I can also show Lazy Git. Yeah, some of these GUIs, man, they're just like really good. I mean, this is not like crazy, but like this is a nice GUI for interacting with Git. And then like the Copilot, like all these agentic tools that are in the CLI, their GUIs are really cool. Like, yeah, I mean some of these TUIs I would take over a GUI. Man, this thing has like an update every day, or like multiple times a day, which I guess is good. It means they're iterating and fixing things, but kind of wish it was like auto updating. Like whenever you started it, it just automatically updated itself. But yeah, if your mind is blank, I usually will just start surfing the web. I'll just start Googling like cool website designs, interesting website ideas. Maybe I'll go to the Bootstrap themes documentation or Tailwind themes, stuff like that. I'll just start looking around to try to find inspiration and find stuff I like and just try to either recreate that or mix and match it. I don't really have much originality though when it comes to design ideas. There's a top-down way where you have a project and you learn tools to make that project, and there's a bottom-up way you use your existing knowledge and your strength to decide what projects you want to do. I don't know if one is better, Suhas, but I think there's probably a time and place for both, right? I think when you're early on, the top-down probably makes more sense, right? So that's kind of like tutorial hell, right? Where you like, I know I don't know anything, so I'm just gonna go follow a video of somebody implementing a to-do app, right? And then later in your career, or maybe later in the learning journey, when you kind of get your feet underneath you, the former probably makes more sense. Where, you know, I know my tools, I know my language, I know what I know, and I actually know enough to know what I don't know. And I want to strategically go build something that fills in that gap of what I don't know. This is kind of the idea. This is kind of the approach I've taken with the Stripe API, where I know quite a bit about like building websites and deploying websites in a couple different languages, but I've never integrated payments before into an app. So I should probably go do that. And so I'm going to kind of contrive a project specifically that allows me to learn that specific gap in my knowledge. But earlier in my learning journey, it was much more, let's follow a course or a tutorial. Let's like walk through building something that somebody else has already built. It's almost the difference between following a recipe and cooking, right? It's like following a recipe is something you do when you don't know what you should do. And then cooking is where you kind of have some basic understanding and knowledge of how ingredients work and what goes with what. And you can be a little bit more creative and fluid about what you're doing. Hey, Steven, can I ask you a question, advice, a bit personal? Let's see. Lamp, can I get perms to send links without being hidden by YouTube or something? No, I'm not gonna open that Pandora's box, Lamp. You can send them in Discord though. You're in the Discord channel, so if you want to pop them in there, go for it. And if anybody here wants to join our Discord, we do have one. That's probably the best place to interact with me or other people outside of stream. Suos, that's an interesting answer. Is that going to be a short? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I normally am always like several streams behind on shorts content, and then I forget the things I've said in any given stream, which is why I just use I use that stream shorts tool. So maybe it will pick up on that answer. If not, you can remind me and I'll try to go find it. Okay, so Brawl MMA, he's got a couple long messages here. Let me give him a read. So, girl in my office, yep, okay, she's talented, 10K, awesome. Her popularity, yep, makes jealous. That's totally normal, right? I mean, I get jealous all the time. I look at people that make more money than me, live in nicer houses than me, drive nicer cars, go on more vacations. That's totally normal, man. Envy is normal. To be envious is to be human. Let's see. She joined the same level. Recently got promoted. Yeah, can't help. Yeah, comparison's difficult, man. It's just we do it. It is the thief of joy, though. She seems to have this extra charm. Yep, extra charm and visibility. I was talking about that earlier, Brawl MMA, where it's like, doing great work is important, but then there's also this level of visibility, right? Who knows about what you work? Who knows about your work, and who likes you? This is like difficult. This is a difficult thing to wrap. This is a difficult thing to come to terms with if you're somebody who really believes in meritocracy. If you really believe that merit should decide, it's very difficult to come to terms with. It's taken me probably 10 years to come to terms with this in a professional setting. So I want to stop feeling this way and focus on my own growth instead of comparing. How can I avoid these feelings and stay content with my own journey? Okay, so I don't know if this is helpful to you because I don't know if you're at the same stage of life as me, but I guess here's what does it for me. One, I kind of remember what the Stoics remember. So the Stoics had this saying, memento mori, basically a remembrance of your mortality. I don't know exactly what those two words mean, but that was the whole idea behind it. Was you should remember and be aware at all times that you are mortal and that your time is fleeting and that you won't be here anymore. That first of all kind of grounds me. Then the second thing is I try to remember that there are little kids in hospitals right now that are fighting cancer, and there are parents who are with those little kids and can't help them. I try to remember that there are people who are starving. I try to remember there are people who don't have clean running water. I try to remember that for all the problems in my life, or what I perceive as problems, right? Like what you're saying, this lack of progress or this feeling of being overlooked, that could be so much worse. And that in hindsight, I actually have more than enough, and I've had more than enough, and that's those two things. So perspective, like remembering that my life is short and it's fleeting at all times, and then being aware of how lucky I am to live the life I live. Those two things are what help me stay content, and help me stay grounded personally. I don't know if that's helpful for you. That's a little maybe a little bit more intense than what you would want, but that's how I live my life. I wake up, if I woke up and I'm healthy, and my kids wake up and they're healthy, and my wife wakes up and she's healthy, like the rest we can figure out. We can figure out the rest. Lamp sent it. Nice, very cool. Can you not just use some kind of like note tool or something like a pen tool to mark your stream? I could. So Suos, the problem with that is I don't remember. Like I'll be talking, and unless you say something like, "Oh, that'd make a good short," that's not how I'm thinking. When I'm talking to you guys, I'm not thinking about like, how do I say this in such a way that it makes a great short? I'm just talking to you guys, and so if in the back of my mind I'm trying to form a response, but trying to also think, how do I say this in such a way I could chop it up into short form content, it won't be authentic. It won't be genuine. So I'll forget. Which is why I said earlier, you know, you really need to have a mod or like an employee who can sit and watch your stream, and they can have that idea and they can do the pinning and the clipping. And so I tried to recreate that with an LLM, is what I basically tried to do. Lamp, St. Jude, yeah, St. Jude's Hospital. I mean, there's you know, where I live, University of Kansas Health System is a big hospital system here. But yeah, there's that. It's just the recognition that there's a lot of suffering in the world, and a lot of people are much much worse off than you are in most cases. And so the problems you think you have, the issues you think are issues, are they real? Like, is it okay to be frustrated about somebody getting more progress at work than you, even though you think you're contributing equally? Yes, that's totally okay to be frustrated. But then if you're asking me, how do I get rid of these feelings? How do I help avoid these feelings? I think the only way to combat that is with other thoughts. You have to drown those thoughts with other thoughts that put you into a different frame of mind, take you out of envy, take you out of desire, take you out of this sense of I need more, I want more, I'm not getting enough. And you have to you have to think thoughts that put you back into the mindset of I have enough, the world is abundant, I am so lucky, I am so grateful, etc., etc. Doodle Baby, thanks for the subscription, man. I appreciate it. Suos, life is a race. People start at different locations in the track. All you can hope to do is run fast. It's unfair. It does not help you if you complain about he has a head start. You just have to focus. And you are 100% right, Suos. Yeah. I think about I know I haven't written any code for like the last 30 minutes. There's a creator I follow online. I know some people won't like him, and that's fine. We're all allowed to like different people. His name is Gary Vaynerchuk. A lot of people know him by Gary V. But he's one of my favorite like creators, which is weird because I don't feel like we have very similar energies. But I think the things he says are very true. They're very honest, and they represent how the world really is. And one of the things he talks about a lot is just this idea of, you know, making excuses, and how, you know, excuses, there are really valid excuses, right? There are excuses why you can't make content or why you can't get that job. Like, there are really, you know, there are really valid excuses. But at the end of the day, kind of going to what Suhas was trying to say or is saying, at the end of the day, nobody really cares. And dwelling on those excuses doesn't do anything. It doesn't move you forward. It doesn't change your circumstance. And so one of the things Gary Vee always talks about is he always says things like, he's like, okay, so, you know, so you were born to, you know, lower class people. So you have a crappy job. So you don't know how to do XYZ. So, you know, whatever excuse. Once you get done complaining about that excuse or dwelling on that excuse, the question then becomes, and what? Like, okay, yes, that's true. Yes, that's a problem. Like, what do you do now? Right? And so that kind of goes along with your sentiment, so it's like, some people have it better than you, some people have it worse than you, but your life's your life, and the only option you have is to start running. Start running in the direction you want to go. That's all you can do. All right, we should ask Gemini now to write this prompt for me. It's like a chess engine. Chess engine doesn't care what position you give it. Even if the position is not possible, it will calculate, give you the best move. Even in the worst, yeah, you do. You just have to assess the board, make the best move you can possibly make, and keep going. Yeah, that is the truth of life. Suhas, you are a wise individual. Let's see. Okay, I'm building an app I'm building an agent that is supposed to act a lot like a ghost writer interviewing the user to figure out what it is they want to write about and extract from them some thoughts and opinions about that topic so that the writer can flush it out into a comprehensive blog post. I want this agent to basically accomplish one thing. I want it to continually ask questions of the user, or not continually. I want it to take turns asking the user questions, and I want it to take turns asking the user questions, and in between turns, I want it to assess whether Dave B, thank you for the subscription, I appreciate it. Between turns, I want to assess whether it has enough information to begin researching and writing the blog post. In the case where the in the case where the user, in the case where the interviewer has decided it has enough information, I want it to summarize the conversation and topic in a clear, instructive way that would inform the writer about what they need to write about. What else do I want to do? In the case that the writer or the interviewer doesn't feel like they have enough information, I want it to respond with a single additional question to elicit the information it needs. Keep the questions as pointed and direct as possible to further the conversation and achieve the final result. We don't want the question to be open-ended or wide. We are trying to, open-ended and too vague. Can you please draft the ideal prompt for this agent? Alright, let's see what Gemini comes up with. Gemini is my own personal prompt engineer. Sorry, Suas, I wasn't trying to ignore you. You didn't say anything wrong, Suas. I thought everything you said was very wise, very smart. Steven, the problem with me is I know what to do. I know how to do it sometimes, but I end up being so distracted. Yeah, man. That's... We all know what it takes to get a six-pack and be buff and be in shape, right? Is doing the work. that's difficult. Hey, what's up, Dismal? How are you? All right, let's see what this. Of course, here's a draft of an ideal prompt for the agent you're building. This prompt is designed to be comprehensive, clearly defining the agent's roles, its process, decision making, and final output. Okay. Hold on. So I need. Okay. I think that sounds fine. I mean, that's better than anything I would have written. Okay, that looks pretty good. However, I need the prompt to also account for the fact that the interviewer, or the fact that there can be multiple turns, and that the prompt is going to include the current conversation. It's going to include the existing conversation with all the previous questions and answers, and what else? Include the existing conversation with all the previous questions and answers, and the user's most recent can you update the prompt so that it is reflective of that information being included in the context? Also, put it, or actually I won't put that yet. And then I'm going to have it put it in markdown format, and then I'll paste it into my code. And I'm just going to use a separate class to hold a big long string. You could read prompts in from like a resource file, or you could have prompts stored in some external source, but I'm just going to embed them right into the app. Let's see. To analyze the full after you read this brief, your interaction ends only when you have generated this brief. You will operate in a stern. Yeah. So should I? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I need to probably tag this, huh? The conversation history. Let me insert here. Great, put that in a markdown block that I can format it as markdown and put it in a code block that I can copy. Good, Dismal. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. One more thing, bro. This does not mean it. If not, compare yourself with someone. That's a really good way to learn where you are missing out to see why he is getting the promotion. Maybe he is, but you're right. And I think MMA Brawl actually mentioned that. He mentioned that like he definitely tells that there's a gap between his charmingness and his ability to be visible and hers, and so that takes work to get better at that kind of stuff. I think what I'm gonna. I wonder. Can I make this a partial class? I wonder if I can. Can I make this like partial like that? I think I can. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say prompt.cs Yeah, prompt.cs, yeah. In the interview namespace. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say internal partial class interviewer, like that. And I think I'm going to do namespace, not console, casper.console.interview. And then I'm just going to have a public const string of prompt. And this is just going to be equal to a nice big chunk of text. I haven't really found the best way to handle prompts in these kinds of apps. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about that. Yeah, the problem with prompts is, like, if you store them somewhere external, I mean, for an application you should probably store them somewhere external, but for a CLI tool, I don't really want to deal with embedding them as resources. I could, but you don't really gain anything from putting them in a resource file than just embedding them in your code, really, in my opinion. It just adds a complexity for your build and your deployment and all that. Or your, I guess not deployment, but publishing. This has been the approach I've settled on. I'm just gonna create like a dedicated class, and it's gonna hold a big chunk of text. Let's see. Let's indent this a little bit. Also, I did finally learn how to indent things in NeoVim. That only took me 8 months to do. Okay. So we have. Oh, I guess this can't be. Damn it. I guess this can't be. This can't be a constant because I need to inject the conversation history in there. So this needs to be a method. This has to be a method call. So in that case, I think I'm just going to say this is going to be a public string. I'm just going to call it get. So taking a list of chat messages. Why can't I? Remove unused parameter message. Remember, get does not access instance data, can be marked as static. Yeah, it can be marked as static. That's fine. And then we need to use the message. We're also going to change this to just be prompt. In which case, then we can say something like, make this an interpolated string. Maybe do begin, and then we do something like end. I don't know if these markers actually help. I'm sure there's some research on this. I know Anthropic says that if you use XML tags in prompts to Claude, that it's helpful. It's helpful for prompt engineering, but I don't know if that same thing holds true for Gemini. And we'll have chats or messages dot why is that not working? Is that not how you do an interpolated string? Oh, do I have to do two? Oh, that's because messages is not a variable. I have it defined as MSG. Messages. I think I hear my kiddos running around upstairs. Okay, so we'll go messages, or we'll go string. I think it's string.join. String.join. And we will do string.join messages. Cannot convert. Oh, that's because the first parameter in join is, I'm going to say environment dot new line, I think. I thought there was like an environment dot new line in C#. System.environment dot environment. There we go. And maybe we do two of these, so we do string dot repeat. Is there a string dot repeat? C# character repeat. There should be some sort of method to do that. The new string constructor allows you to create a new string by specifying the character a certain number of times. Oh, cool. I did not know that. I just learned something new about. So I very rarely ever use the constructor to create a string. Okay, so then I can just do new string environment dot new line twice. Initialize a new. Maybe I have to call toString on this. Well, it's expecting a character. Oh, it's expecting a character, and this is a string. So is there no overload that allows me? That's kind of annoying. You can repeat. Oh, Dismal already knew. Let's see. Maybe it's something else. I recommend you compare storage in JSON and load it. That's how I do it in Python. Yeah, I mean, I think you could do that, but like honestly, I think the prompt is easier to read in a C# file like that than a JSON file. I think it would be uglier to read and edit. You can repeat by doing new string. Try new string dot toChar array 01. Let's see. All right, this is already a string, so we can say toChar array. And then get the first one. Yeah, that'll work. I think that'll work. I think this is just a single character. Well, it on some machines it's not. That's why it's a new line. On some machines it's not a single character, so that won't work. I mean, it probably doesn't make sense. I could probably just hard code the new lines, but I was trying to avoid just having a magic. Let's see. Can I do a new chat window? How do I do that? In C#, I want to use environment. This is a stupid. I'm burning a lot of electricity to ask this question. I'll use environment new line to place two new lines without having to explicitly type it twice. Shame on me. But that was a good idea, Dismal. That was a great idea. Kieran, hey, do you have a video on creating LLMs from scratch? I don't, and honestly, I don't know how to do that. I have a book that I've been working my way through that's trying to teach me how to do that, but yeah, I think if you want to learn how to do that, you should go buy that book. The book I read, or the book that I've been reading, I still have a chapter to go. It's called Building a Large Language Model from Scratch. This is the resource I've used, and it's very good. It may be a little dated at this point. I mean, it came out in 2024, so that's kind of wild to say that it could be dated. But so far, it's been a really good book. It's helped me conceptually understand LLMs better. The one big takeaway I had was there's a shit ton of matrix multiplication involved in making large language models. It's a lot of matrix multiplication. Let's see, what did it come up with? String.concat and numeral.repeat. I love how I am writing this code so I can avoid writing. I'm actually gonna let's turn this into constant. We'll just call it line or message separator. That separator, and then we'll go up to the top of the file and we'll just declare that up here, and we'll say private const string message separator equals this. Oh, then this can't be a constant because we're calling a method. So this should just be an expression body member. So this should be private. Yes, let's do this. Oh yeah, it can be static. Should it be underlined? No, okay. That's my name. My naming convention don't want the underline. I usually just use whatever's out of the box. Message separator like that. Okay, why isn't this like this? Because I don't need all that. I just need message separator. Okay, so that's what we're going to use for our prompt to start with. And so we'll see how this works. So then in our interviewer, we can remove the partial. All right. Well, it's almost 8 o'clock. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to get into adding more. Steam and falling asleep to your stream. Well, yeah, you should go to bed then, man, if you're sleepy. It's just a bunch of linear algebra. Yeah, a lot of linear algebra and a lot of matrix multiplication. And then a lot of compute. A shit ton of compute. Yeah, a lot of those stuff went over my head, but I'm interested in learning it, though. You guys also face the same issue? Oh, for sure. I mean, the math involved, I mean, being able to understand the data science and the math there is like that's why people get PhDs in that stuff, man. I mean, yeah, you can't try to compare your level of understanding to somebody who spends their whole life studying in those fields, Kieran. So that book, I'll be honest, I've now been through that book. Probably every chapter that I've read in that book, I've probably been through the chapter 2 or 3 times, because you are 100% right that there is so much information in there. It's that requires a lot of prerequisite knowledge that as you're reading it, you're like, okay, I don't know what that word means. I got to go figure that out. I don't know what they're referring to here. I got to go figure that out. So, but I think that if you're wanting to learn, if you want to try to help build like a better mental model for yourself, that's kind of the way you do it. Unless you go back and you like get a degree program or a curriculum that's very structured that somebody else has laid out, I think that's a good approach, is like pick a resource and kind of use that as your guide. And when you encounter things you don't know, pause, go try to fill in the holes in your gap, and then come back to it. But at the very least, kind of exposing yourself to it and trying to understand it, right? That's that struggle that you feel when you're trying to learn something, like that struggle where you're like, man, this feels like it's going over my head, or this is too, or I'm not really sure what they're saying here. That struggle is the learning process. That's what it's supposed to feel like. And eventually you get to a point where you're like, okay, they're talking about a tensor. Okay, I now I remember what they're talking about there, right? Oh, now they're talking about a layer. Okay, now I kind of understand that concept. And granted, you're never going to understand it or probably be able to explain it as well as somebody who lives, eats, breathes, sleeps it, right? But at least you'll be able to have a little bit better informed conversation, right? Now, if you're someone who really want to understand that thing inside and out, you want to go build large language models. One book is not enough. You probably need to go then and figure out how you get into a program, and you need to figure out how you go maybe work for these companies, or you know what I mean? Like it's two different things. Like wanting to have some background knowledge and wanting to be an expert, those are two different paths. I wish if there were any proper place to learn stuff from start. Yeah, that's like you go do you go get your bachelor's, then you go do a master's, and you go do a PhD. That's the tradition. If you want to be an expert, you gotta walk the road. You don't become who's the guy from OpenAI that left and started his other company? Ilyan Sutskever, I think is how you say his name. Something like that. I probably just butchered it, but yeah, you don't become him, or you don't become what is it, Demis at Gemini, the head of Google's AI program. You don't become those guys from just reading a book, right? You got to go and do the work, learn the science, learn the math, spend years embedded in it. It's the only way. Kieran, yes, true. Yeah, exactly. So you got to kind of set the context. Are you looking to be an expert? Are you looking to work in that field? Do you want to hold a job, or do you want to just dabble, right? Just be able to hold a basic conversation, ask intelligent questions, which is kind of where I'm at. That's kind of what I'm looking to do. Like, I mostly build apps, I mostly I work for a company that builds an apps, right? Like I'm not really looking to build large language models. I'd like to understand them because I want to use them as a tool. But I don't necessarily plan to go apply to Anthropic to be a machine learning or I don't know what the other terms would be. I guess it would be, I don't even know what they call people that build large language models. I would guess that it's some sort of machine learning scientist or research scientist or something like that. Steven, what is the best way to make $1 million? I will take my advice out of Dave Ramsey's playbook. You should get a job with a salary, a good 401k program, work for 30 years, consistently invest 10 to 20% of your take-home pay, preferably if you can do it before tax, and be patient. That's the best way. That's the least risky, and it's the least risky and highest probability of working out for you. Obviously, you can start a business, you can invest in cryptocurrency. There's a lot of things you could do, but yeah, I'm too risk adverse for that. So my thought is, a 401k is very specific to the U.S. That's like a retirement account, basically. So it's a special type of account that you can put money into, and you can invest the money in that account, and basically you get some tax advantages. So the first thing is the money you put in a 401k goes in tax-free, meaning they don't actually count the money you contributed to your 401k as part of your taxable income for that year. And there is a ceiling. I think in 2025 it's $23,000. It's like roughly $23,500, I think, is the limit. It changes every year, but you can put that much into that account, and they're not going to tax you on that money. The money in that account then grows tax-free. So every year, as that pool of money earns money, you don't have to pay the money that you earn. You don't have to pay tax on the money that you earned. The only time you have to, and so basically you get to put it in tax-free and it gets to grow tax-free. The only time you have to pay tax is when you actually go to withdraw the money. So the thought process being there that, hey, we let this money sit there tax-free for 30 years, and now you're withdrawing some of it, so now you owe us what we were due when you originally put it in. There's also other types of accounts in the US that are similar but are post-tax, meaning you pay your tax up front and then you contribute that money that year, and it still grows tax-free, but the benefit is when you withdraw the money after all those years, you don't pay any tax on what you withdraw because you already paid the tax, right? Before it went into the account. So, but yeah, I think that's the safe, in my opinion. Again, I'm not a financial advisor. This is not financial advice. Do not take it as such. But like, just speaking from my own personal experience, like that's, Dave Ramsey is a famous financial guru here in the United States, and that's sort of his advice, right? It's like your biggest wealth building tool is your income. It's a way to convert active income to passive income, sort of. I mean, you put them, if you want to think of it as passive income in the sense that, you're taking that money and you're investing it into things. Or you can invest it into a number of different things, and most people just invest it into some sort of equity, some sort of pool of stocks. Some people, pick individual stocks themselves, but you can just stick it into an index fund or something, and so it's passive in the sense, yeah, that now that you've put money into that account and you've purchased stock with it, you're essentially an owner in businesses. And so as those businesses get more valuable, the portions that you own accrue in value, right? They go up, and then some of those things that you buy actually will pay you a dividend, or basically sort of a profit to you as an owner. Obviously you're a very small owner, but that's essentially what you become. So it does become passive in that way. It's, your dollars are now working for you when you invest them. All right, so now what we should be able to do is we need to basically create a chat client, a chat agent is what we need to create. So we want a private read-only field of type iChat client, not iChat client. This is a concrete type. Chat client agent. This is what we want. Agent. And then I think in the constructor, I hear people upstairs. In the constructor, we need to new up that agent. So I think in the constructor initially, it's just going to be as simple as agent equals underscore, or not underscore, underscore agent equals new. And I think I can just pass in the client like this. Yep, I think it's that simple. Now, I think there are some options that we're going to want to set here. We need to give it the instructions, obviously. That's important. No, those are the system instructions. Oh, that actually probably makes more sense to put the prompt in the system instructions. Doesn't it? So that's not polluting the context in every turn. Yeah, and it calls it out right there. So this should actually go in the system instruction, and then we'll just put we won't put the messages in here. We'll just what will we do? Yeah. So we actually do need a constant. The constant will be our system instructions, which we'll put in our chat agent, and then we'll have some way of inserting the message history, and then yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, we need new agent, and then I think we need a thread. And if I remember right, a thread in the context of an agent is basically like an isolated conversation that's relevant to that agent, is how this particular framework conceptualizes it, I believe. So .NET source. The sample, sorry, I don't mean to talk so loudly into the mic. So you will also be able to take advantage of long-term investment tax cut. Yeah, essentially, right? So since it grows tax-free, that's your benefit, is your money just sits there and no one's taking a chunk out of it. Compound interest does its work. What portion of the earnings should I invest hypothetically? If I actually get the chance, I'll probably do more research on this, but I would like your opinions. I mean, everyone's got different opinions. Here in the United States, again, not financial advice. Here in the United States, a common rule of thumb has always been like somewhere between like 12 and 15% is a good number to try to set a good portion to set aside. Very few people actually accomplish that. If you can, the more you can set aside, right, the larger that pool of money grows, the more the compound interesting works, the faster you get to the number that you need to get to say you're sort of financially independent, where you basically your investments throw off enough interest to replace your day job's salary. If you're super interested about this, Suhas, the book that I always recommend, I probably read this book 4 times a year. It's called The Simple Path to Wealth by J.L. Collins. Now, it's hyper specific. It's pretty specific to people who live in the U.S. because he talks a lot about kind of U.S. accounts like the 401k, the Roth IRA, these things that I don't know if there are equivalents outside of the U.S. I'm just not literate enough to know if there are. But the conceptually, this book does a really good job trying to explain, how to build wealth through consistent long-term investing in index funds. And I think it's a pretty good read. I would say that that's the path that I'm trying to walk at the moment. Let's see, agents, workflow as an agent. Is this a good one? There's a sample in here where it shows how to get a thread. How do I do that? How do I get a thread? Here we go. So we have our agent thread, and then, we have our agent, then we have our agent thread, and then we have our chat client agent options, which is what we need to do. We're gonna need to do something like this as well with our system instructions. Then we new up our agent, wonderful, and then we get our thread. And this thread is what we can pass to our agent when we get our next message. This is what we want. So okay. I'm also thinking about how I test this. I'm actually thinking it's probably not good to have a direct dependency on chat client. It probably would be better to have a direct dependency on AI agent, because I think AI agent is an abstract class and we can mock that guy. Go to definition. What? Why can't I go to definition? Maybe it's because I have an error here. So this would be a new chat client agent. We need to tell the specific type. But if we go to this definition, why won't it do that? I think I can do that in Copilot or in VS Code. I wonder if I don't have my OmniSharp settings quite right. Mbem dot, oops, OmniSharp. Uh-oh, it's taking a minute. Enable decompile support. Yeah, I think that's what I want. I know this works in VS Code, so I just want to see if that class is an abstract class. I think it is. And that matters. Why does it matter? You say, why do you want to use an abstract class? Why do you want to use an interface? Because if I depend on an abstract class or an interface, that means in .NET at the very least, it makes it much easier for me to provide a mocked implementation of this agent so that I can verify the behavior of this interviewer whenever the handler is called. There we go. Yeah, that's an abstract class. So I think at the end of the day, what I need to do is I actually need to pass in an AI agent instead of newing it up in the constructor. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm just going to focus on getting my thread, and then I think that's where I'll park it for today. So we'll say private read-only AI agent thread or agent thread. There we go. It's very confusing too because they use this term thread, and if you're in the C# world, you know that thread means something very specific. I mean, in computers in general, a thread means something very specific. But in the context of an agent, a thread is like a conversation, right? It's like a running, imagine like someone gives you a message and then we're responding under that. We call that a thread. That's what it's meaning in this conversation. Originally, I was like, wait, each agent gets its own thread on the computer, and they're I was all turned around. Okay. Then once we're here, we can say thread, not create thread. You're hallucinating. We need to get the thread. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Anybody remember that movie? Okay, I think. Oh, hold on. Before I commit this, let's pull this out real quick. Because this is not right. Let's go back to NeoVim. Keyron, wait, I have issues finding problems to solve for creating apps? Oh man, what do you... Oh, sorry, Kieran, that message was a while ago and I completely ignored it. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I think that's less that... I don't think the real answer is that you don't have problems. I think it requires a little bit of calibration to start thinking... to be conscious of when you do have a problem and think about, wait, could I use code to solve that, right? I think that's like a deliberate practice that you have to commit to. I just realized that code and yeah, it's supposed to be kind of a little bit of like play on words and if you know type of thing, That was the reason I did it. I thought it was very clever when I wrote it, but you're the first person who's ever commented on it. I think I could probably omit this, couldn't I? And I honestly don't know if I need that system instruction heading either. Okay, so I'm actually going to take this and I'm going to put this into a public const string, and this will be system instructions. No, not that. It screws me up a lot that when I delete something, it puts it to the same buffer that I yanked to. Does anybody else have that problem when they're using NeoVim? Gets me every time. Okay, so I think then what I'll do is I'll take this and yeah, I think I'll take that out of there. Well, let's leave it for a second. And I think what I'll do is I'll delete all of these guys. And then this will be prompt.get. So this will be system instructions and then prompt.get, I think is what I'll do there. And maybe I will go back to the partial class approach. But for now, this is enough. So I have my system instructions. I don't need this anymore here. Then I have a way to get this, which will be my message history. And then in here, in my interviewer, then what I can do is in my chat options, we can say var chat client options equals new. Well, actually, hold on. I'm just gonna do it in line for now. We'll say new, and I think I can pass in prompt dot system instructions. Why is this complaining? Cannot create an instance of an abstract type or interface iChat client. Oh, these are a bunch of optional params. Oh, I can just provide the system instructions like this. That's even cleaner. So I think I actually kind of like the partial class approach, because instead of saying prompt.system instructions, I could do something like system instructions like that. I think that would probably be better. But I'll leave it for now. All right, it's 8 o'clock. It's after 8 o'clock. And I've been live for over 4 hours. I think that is plenty of streaming for today. Radio Man, I know you're new here because you said use Claude Code, and I've not used Claude Code, but I have used the Gemini CLI. I've used Copilot CLI. I've used Copilot in VS Code. I've used those tools. They seem valuable. I use them a lot for generating documentation and adding XML documents to my code and JS doc comments to my code. I use them for generating commit messages. But for writing code, I still am kind of a caveman, and I like the process of fiddling with the code myself at this point. All right. See you, Dismal. See you, Suhas. See you, Radio Man. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me this long. 4 hours is a long time, half a day already. I'm going to go upstairs and say hi to my family, eat some breakfast, drink some more coffee, get ready for the football game that we're going to later this afternoon. My oldest has a football game. My plan is to keep these early morning streams going, so if you're around and you see me live, please stop in. Otherwise, I'll try to hopefully see you in a short or maybe a video if you catch me later on in the day. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. If it's already Sunday for you, hope you have a great rest of your Sunday, and I'll see you guys later. All right, bye. Bye, chat. See you guys.